Or maybe we are. But here's today's first match with Afif against Nicholas Stowe. Okay, we're back. This is Aklif and Umar doing the commentary for the CF Singles Pokemon Pika Singles Tourney for the 2014 tournament. And as you can see today, on Afif's viewpoint, we have him against Nix or Nicholas Stowe. So, we will begin the match. So we can see that from Afif's point of view, he sends out his Greninja against a useless Pikachu. And the expected Protean Dark Pulse, which we believe is Life Orbed. Yes, it gets the one-hit KO, which is obvious. And yes, it is Life Orbed. And here he sends out Yellow Bird with the obvious Wind Button Brave Bird, which does pick up the one-hit KO Revenge Kill. Oh, what's interesting, it's Life Orb, which is more common on today's Talonflame these days. Once again, Talonflame going for the YOLO Wind Button Brave Bird just to deal with damage, hopefully gaining the kill. Garchomp's Rough Skin activates, and let's see if it's Rough Helmet. Oh, it is Rocky Helmet, sorry. So now you can see that Garchomp finally does hit its Stone Edge, which we believe could be used a different and a better time with Dragon Claw. What's this, the doggy? Howl from the doggy increases his attack, and here comes Bronzong with his Reflect. And here's another setup. I'm thinking this becomes... Ooh, Bronzong goes for the Rain Dance, maybe as a pseudo form to stop a fire attack maybe from the doggy. And Pikachu comes in, which we believe might go with the Thunder, but no, it gets crunched by a +2 from the doggy, which does not kill it. And then he goes back with a knockoff, hitting off its leftovers. Once again, another crunch from the doggy, which does get the kill on the Pikachu, which is practically useless in this. And oh, here comes the Swampert, which we believe... Oh, and it is a Mega. So Swiftwind activates under the rain. And he goes for the Baby Doll Eyes to reduce attack, hopefully. But the Rain Boost still might pick up the kill here. And oh, Brick Break, which picks up the kill. Yes, here we go. Oh, it's a critical hit. That's something. Here he goes with an Energy Ball, which will definitely pick up the kill there, which was expected with the Time Sword weakness. And here the Chandelure we believe is choice scarfed right now due to it withdrawing. And out comes the Smurgle, in which the Bronzong uses this opportunity to set up Light Screen. And there we go, Spore from Smurgle to stop probable setups. It's kinda too late because both screens are up. Okay, one screen is up. And Smurgle comes with a Moody to increase special defense and to decrease the useless special attack. Here we go, Baton Pass to which Pokemon comes in next? Slowbro, which will be quite defective due to the drop in special attack. So out comes the Metagross with an air balloon, which might show that it's bulky. But here comes the Mega Evolution from Slowbro, and it really needs a Calm Mind if it wants to do something. And it does Calm Mind, because if not it can't do anything. And a surprising Thunder Punch from the Metagross, which deals basically no damage. The expected Skull comes back. Let's see if it gets the burn. Oh, it doesn't, but it does pop the air balloon. Thunder Punch once again to see if any damage does occur, which of course does not. So Slowbro uses this opportunity to set up Calm Mind once more. And Metagross goes for its signature Meteor Mash, trying to deal a little bit more damage, but of course it can't due to that Titanic base defense. And oh, it got that extra attack boost. But here we go, Mega Slowbro slacks off all that damage. Delicious. And here you go, Metagross pitifully trying to Thunder Punch it, but of course nothing's happening. And is that a critical hit? No, that's not a critical hit. Skull once more, Light Screen's out, still no burn. Another Thunder Punch coming. And another slack off to get that delicious HP back. And here is Metagross waiting to struggle itself to death, maybe. If only it could Grass Knot and Mega Evolve. If only. And here we go with the Sleeping Bronzong. Yes, Metagross can't crit against Mega Slowbro, but a Mold Breaker might. Bronzong still sleeping. And here we go, another Scout from that Mega Slowbro. Can it do anything else? Does it pick up? No, it does not pick up the burn. Gyro Ball trying to deal damage, which of course will do basically nothing, both of them being so slow. And here we go, he slacks off again, being the Slowpoke, the Slowbro that it really is. Light Screen once again to maybe mitigate another Skull damage, but here you go, he uses this opportunity to set up Calm Mind once more. Shall we see a +6 from Mega Slowbro here? Maybe not. Somebody do something to this Mega Slowbro, it's overhyped. And finally Bronzong faints after God knows how many boosts from that Mega Slowbro. And he sends up Garchomp. Let's see if it can do anything at all. Dragon Claw coming in from that Garchomp. And I don't know who's the one putting out Reflect, him or Garchomp's side. And of course Garchomp gets one hit KO'd by that Ice Beam. And there we go, Nyx has finally won this match. So let's move on to the next match, shall we?
Playing that girl.
So it sends out Ice Ice Baby with its dreaded opponent Naga Senpai. Here's the funny thing about this match. She expects to survive an Icicle Crash, but oh no, it's an Icicle Spear. Weakness policy activates, but let's see what happens next.
Oh, another one.
And another one hits. Let's pray for the. Oh, there is a third one, and Naga Senpai goes down in the first turn. The dreaded Naga Senpai.
So did you bring Icicle Spear specifically for Dragon Knight, or did you just...
No, I just brought it for Hikari.
Oh, okay. Okay, so now we see one of Hikari's signature shinies, Troll Senpai. Got this thing. I keep seeing it in double, in multi. And out comes Cliff's offensive pivot in Eviolite Magneton, who probably doesn't care because he can just Volt Switch out of this. But Sableye at least gets off a Will-O-Wisp, maybe reducing its durability in the long run. But Magneton goes for Flash Cannon here, try and see how much damage it does, and a surprising 40%.
So now we see the damage from the burn, which does something, which of course the Sableye cannot. Confused, we're trying to get the hacks on. And here we go, the Volt Switch to get out some momentum from this team. Seeing what else it might do to it.
And switching back in Mamoswine here. What were you thinking here? What do you think you were gonna do against Troll Senpai? Weren't you scared of the burn?
No, the priority Ice Shard should hit it first, and it does.
Yep, and does just enough to finish off the weakened Sableye. That's one annoying prankster out of the way. Come in, probably with a revenge kill with Mizukage, who doesn't really fear Ice Shard.
Oh, and surprisingly, it goes for the Grass Knot. I expected a Hydro Pump from this, but of course, this is a Focus Sash variant, so I don't really give a shit. Sweary.
Ucliffe swear, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry you had to hear that, folks. But Ucliffe just said when he was.
My condolences to my bad language. So here we go, an Ice Shard, definitely picking up the one hit KO on the paper thin defenses of a Frog.
Yeah, man, it's already a grass type, so that was an ensured super effective hit. Sending out Jetmans, shiny Salamence here, presumably Mega, and you have Intimidate cutting down the.
Now this might pick up the kill from the Jetmans, which does evolve into a Mega Salamence.
But Mega Salamence can definitely survive an Ice Shard once intimidated. But at least you can do a solid, maybe, let's see how much does it. Oh, it's a crit! Okay.
I'm really sorry for the crit Hikari, but it had to happen.
Well, someone had to crush your dreams one day. Sending out Kibo, getting out 3 Ice Shards in a row.
Dealing a respective 30% maybe.
Yeah, and Kibo just finished off this Sash Mammal with Air Slash. Finally goes down, but at least did a whole number on Hikari's team here. Arcliffe sends out his offensive pivot again, resists Air Slash, and can easily switch out with Volt Switch and deal a hunk of damage. But oh, Magneton gets flinched and takes another turn of burn damage.
So here he goes, he switches out maybe to take a Thunderbolt, which of course, I think I did. No, I didn't. I went for the Flash Cannon expecting that Pikachu to come in, but of course let's do pitiful damage to it. A respectable 20% maybe, but...
Respectable 20%. Respectable 20%, folks. Okay, and then Zarif... Zarif going with the double team here. This year's CF, I believe there's no evasion clause for this year, so Zarif went and exploited that, going for the double team Pikachu here.
Now I bring in my own Pikachu to another double team, just for the Pikachu on Pikachu action.
Of course, Zarif with +1 evasiveness, or was it +2?
No, it's +3, man.
Okay, now it's +3 evasion. Man, that Icicle Crash missed, and again missed. As Zarif keeps piling on the evasiveness.
You can't touch this, might as well name it MC Hammer because you can't touch it, man.
Wait, what are we at? +5 evasion on Pikachu. Is he gonna get a +6? Someone kill this thing. Of course we know evasiveness doesn't work all the way, but Pikachu using this chance uses Toxic. I guess this is Zarif's main plan with this Pikachu, is to stall out any offensive threats and on defensive threats that switches in. Nail it with Toxic. Oh, but here we go. +6 evasion, but Icicle Crash still goes through.
And that's like a 90 accuracy.
Oh, and it's a critical hit as well, but Zarif's Pikachu manages to knock off, drastically reduce Arcliffe's Pikachu by knocking off the light ball.
And another Grass Knot comes in.
And Grass Knot doing pitiful damage without that light ball. Respectable 7%.
And with ladies down, I guess it's finally tipping its fedora for this match. So here we come with the MVP Wawasan Doplo Doplo. In case you're wondering why, you'll see very soon. That Pikachu gets in a Toxic, because you can't outstall unless you have Pikachu. So we go with the future sight, because Wawasan Doplo Doplo is a sight that you'll never see.
But an interesting move choice from Active to use future sight on this Slowbro, and you'll see that a lot throughout the tournament as he rises through the brackets. And I think it's actually a very interesting move. Forces when you normally force out some checks, and you can do some interesting traps with future sight. And it was buffed to 120 BP this generation, making it very good. Nuzzle on the already poisoned Slowbro doesn't do much, but there's a crit there. So
there's a crit, people. It matters.
Oh man, you should have brought Mega Slowbro for that. Finally, this +6 evasion Pikachu gets finally brought down by Future Sight.
The odd myth was that we believed that Future Sight always hit, but after testing it out, it was found out that Future Sight actually does not have perfect accuracy. So yeah, that was pretty lucky on that end.
So now Kibo trying to probably just air slash and flinch this Slowbro to death, but Slowbro doesn't flinch, manages to set up another Future Sight, which probably threatens Kibo if it doesn't switch out. Slowbro stays in and Probably just dies to allow an easy switch for the next opponent. Of course, it has regenerated, so it could have switched out to Swagneton here. But do you think? I guess Arcliffe wanted Swagneton more than Slowbro. Critical hit there, and a Thunderbolt should finish off this cable. 120 base special attack from Magneton, even uninvested, takes down the Scarfed Scarfed Togekiss. Yes.
And here Wheatskits takes the win for the first round using a lot of hacks and crits. But in Hikari's defense, he did crit on the Slowbro. So let's move on to the next match. Will be our very important 4th place winner. RF Irzanir and Benjamin Yim. Hold on, let's input the code for that. He didn't upload it. He didn't upload it.
Are you sure? Try search again.
Okay. S2.
Okay, so into our third replay for the preliminary rounds, we have AEZ matches. AEZ's match against Chaos, which is Arif Irzani against Benjamin Yim here. Okay, Arif here is leading with a Scizor, and interestingly, he has a what costume is that? The cosplay Pikachu with Draining Kiss. I guess he just wants to go with the super kawaii set here. A Garchomp, Rotomosh, and
Mega Slowbro.
Presumably Mega Slowbro, but it could be a pivot. And Unaware Clefable. So looks like a somewhat of an okay-ish team.
Really reflects who he is. But never mind, let's move on to Chaos's team. We got the Rockstar Pikachu right there with that Meteor Mash. Heading on with that Ferrothorn and Infernape, which we believe might be the lead. A Florges for defense, and what's more interesting is his last 2 Pokemon. Which is last 2 Pokemon, which is Sharpedo and Miss Magius. Now we believe that the Mega here could be Sharpedo, but yes, he is viable even without without a Mega. So let's move on to the match, shall we?
So Arif leads here with the Unaware Clefable against the Ferrothorn, and oh, that's interesting move set there with Stealth Rocks on Clefable.
Now here we go, Alejandro goes with the Leech Seed because it might leech off something from that Clefable.
Oh, and I think this Clefable is Magic Guard because it didn't take anything from the Leech Seed. It didn't take. And now Alejandro sets up rocks, but it still takes about 80% from Clefable's Fire Blast. I'm guessing this is a Life Orb Magic Guard set. Switches in Florges, a special wall to tank probably another Fire Blast. And no, probably predicts it and sends out a Moon Blast. Let's see if he gets the special attack drop here.
And it does. It does. Now we see Florges is a bit of a disposition because its special attack has been dropped, but as we know, it's a more defensive variant. What's more support? Yeah, it's a more defensive and support. Now Fluttershy switch out and we go into Choo Choo Bell, which is an odd name for a Pikachu, but then again it's RF, so yeah. So here we go, he goes for the Toxic onto the Pikachu, which, if I am not mistaken, is a defensive variant.
Yeah, and with Draining Kiss, I guess it's just gonna be sitting there and healing up that toxic damage, but doing pitiful damage to the really high special defense Florges here.
Florges trying to stall it out with a Protect, trying to rack up on that toxic damage. Oh, a knockoff does not connect with it. And with leftovers coming out and Chuchu Bell's HP going down.
And we'll be seeing most of the people who've been, I mean, with the rules for this tournament that requires everyone to bring a Pikachu, we've seen that most people tend to go for the utility set. Oh, and the Nuzzle here paralyzes Florges. Florges gets paralyzed on this turn. Really kind of disrupts Florges' stall here. But as I was saying, Pikachu in this tournament, we've been seeing a lot of utility sets more than Light Ball. And that's what has been working out in the long run.
Now here goes to the knockoff, which does take off its leftovers, but that doesn't mitigate it from pulling off a wish, and who knows, it might switch out to one of its teammates to soak up some damage and heal up, or maybe on its own to stall out with this Chuchu Bell.
Yeah, but Arias Pikachu did a number on that, remove the leftovers and paralyze as well, so it certainly put a bit of a wrench into Florges' stalling capability there. Switches back into Clefable and
Here you go, Alejandro taking
Ferrothorn
damage from the Stealth Rocks.
Oh, but it gets the wish from Florges just now. Good.
And he pulls off a double switch just to take that wish, and here comes back Florges to tank maybe another hit from that Clefable. Wow, somebody's making the smart plays here, and it's not Arif.
But the Fairy and Steel core that we're seeing on Benjamin Yim's team is pretty good here. Arif switches out this Clefable. He's probably saving it for that Sharpedo that we saw on Benjamin Yim's team. Sends in Scizor trying to dispatch his Florges. Will probably scare it out, but oh, Florges goes for the Toxic.
Not connect there, unfortunately, because yes, we all know Scizor is Steel type. What's interesting about the Steel type is that with Technician boost, all attacks with 60 base power and below get a boost. So here we go with a Bullet Punch on the Infernape, doing wow, more than 50% damage onto that Infernape, and which he would of course fear another Bullet Punch would will KO in the next turn, so it does switch out. Here we go, a shiny Sharpedo, pink like it is manly. And here we go, he switches it back, he just recorners out, which also means that this hints that it is a choice set, but what choice? We believe it's Choice Bandit here.
And here we have Sharpedo protecting the first turn, trying to get that speed boost up. So because Mega Sharpedo's base speed isn't exactly the most impressive, so ideally you'd want to protect one turn and get that speed boost up. But no, he doesn't choose to stay in. He switches out to Ferrothorn, probably fearing either the Will-O-Wisp or the Volt Switch here. Oh, but we have the Discharge set here, probably aiming to spread even more status over the team. And yes, it gets the paralysis on Ferrothorn.
Forgive me, his pronunciation is almost as bad as last year's. Here we go with the Leech Seed trying to take off some health from that Rotom. And as we know, Ferrothorn is one of the premier counters to all forms of Rotom, bar the Will-O-Wisp, which still might stop it, which won't stop it from outstalling it, definitely.
All forms of Rotom, including Rotom Heat.
No, Rotom Wash.
Okay, yeah. Switching in Clefable here. Clefable gets the paralysis from Ferrothorn.
And it does fully paralyze on that turn, which is a plus for Alejandro here. Maybe he fears the heat because it's too hot, like Lady Gaga song.
Okay, then Florges comes back in, probably trying. Oh, it gets health gets reduced a bit by Stealth Rock. Its pivoting is slightly wearing down. Oh, and Florges now getting the full body paralysis.
Both sides being paralyzed.
Well,
pulling off a wish. Maybe support Alejandro once more. This team seems to run on the core of it using wish and running around with switching out to playing with smart switches and getting the extra HP from the Florges.
Yeah, and Florges is actually a really good partner to bulky Steels who really need the recovery. Especially, well, Ferrothorn actually has its own recovery, but it just adds to the recovering, the pivoting and the recovering potential it can do, slowly wearing down the opponent's team. Switches back Scizor in. Now what we're gonna see here, Florges is probably gonna get forced out, but it still lands a bit of a Moonblast on it, chips away a bit of the health. And it chooses to stay in and take Scizor's +1 Bullet Punch from this presumably Choice Bandit set. Florges goes down. There goes a large source of recovery for Benjamin Yim's team. And now I think this if this Infernape doesn't have Fake Out, it's gonna suffer death from Bullet Punch, and yes, it goes down to another Choice Banded Bullet Punch. And at this point, without Florges as the good the team's cleric, the Benjamin Yim's team's survivability is gone down quite a bit.
Caesar really pulling off the critical plays here by KOing the more important. It's mainly its counter Infernape and as well as the team cleric, as Uma has stated before, Florges.
Oh, now we have the Rockstar Pikachu here.
Not using Karma.
And
oh, it survives that.
it survives that with.
match, hoping to pick off a KO.
Wait, was that a sash or was that just?
No, that was just a
Oh boy!
And oh my god, there is a chance for this Pikachu to pull off the plays here, like the Rockstar it is, you know.
Of course, I think this is a Light Ball variant, but it manages to survive with 1 HP. But Arif, not giving any chance, sends in his shiny Choice Banded Scizor. But oh, this Pikachu manages to pull off a Wild Charge, Light Ball Wild Charge.
That's so meta, man. Killing and killing itself.
Well played, well played. Okay, Benjamin Yim sending in his shiny Miss Magis here.
Now the odd thing about Miss Maggie is that it can be both a utility Will-O-Wisp or it could be offensive with Shadow Ball and other attacks as well.
And this gen gave it a lot of good moves, Dazzling Gleam, and in Aura's a unique edition, Mystical Fire, but I doubt we'll be seeing that on most sets. But Mystical Fire plus Will-O-Wisp does seem interesting. Clefairy sets up a Wish, so then it can presumably still hovering over Metal Pika. But Miss Magis sends a Shadow Ball. Fluttershy, unable to take its wish and restore its health, goes down.
This nasty plot Miss Magis might be in for a sweep, but let's see how much damage it does on the Rotom first. Oh, and it pulls off the critical hit, a +2 critical hit on that Rotom, which means that right now Arif is in a pickle. But then again, he always is.
Yes, and I do believe that Miss Magis oh no, is this a Scarf Chomp? Because under most circumstances, I think that Miss Magis outspeeds Garchomp. Garchomp is at 104, 102, and Miss Magis should be 105 if I'm not mistaken. But I guess this is Scarf Chomp yet. Goes for the another choice band. Scarf.
Outrage. Doing what we believe is a respectable, I don't know, 2% maybe? We respect it because usually it's 1%.
Yep, Ferrothorn regains a bit of health from Leech Seed here. Let's see if it can survive another Outrage and hope for Confusion Hacks. Yes, survives with 7 HP and slowly chipping away with Leech Seed and Iron Barb's damage. Oh, and Rocky Helmet damage. This thing is going to hopefully chip out this shiny Garchomp here.
But oh no. Here we go, a full paralysis from the Ferrothorn, and it takes off a bit more HP with that Leech Seed.
Arif not wanting to risk hitting himself, switches out to his Choo Choo Bell, which is unfortunately under Toxic and Stealth Rocks, and comes in and gets
BDSM Power Whip on that kawaii lolly Pikachu, but there you go, that it dies just like Arif's dreams.
Okay, are you sure about this? Well, Arif's Scarf Chomp with the EQ here gonna take down this Ferrothorn. Presumably scarfed, and is gonna outspeed this Sharpedo unless Sharpedo gets a Protect Up. And
it does. But in this last turn, we don't know whether it can outspeed a Scarf Garchomp, but it does not. Oh wait, hold on, it's still protected. So here we go, first turn's Protect, speed boost is up. Now here's the turn where we see whether or not, and it's a Mega Sharpedo, pulling off a late Mega Evolution. Look at its scars, man.
But as you know, turn order is decided on before Mega Evolution. So
Even though, but what's odd is that now we know that even at a +1, it's still outsped by a Scarf Garchomp. So there we go, the match. AEZ finally managing to salvage his almost broken dreams. But here we go to the next match.
you are gonna get so much flag when you get back in.
Kevin, can you leave here? No one from here, this one, and then the next people.
Okay.
Oh god, I love you. Ni kena update tan you. Right? Okay, let's take Kevin, this one, and move to Tanyu. This three more. Or two more. So, your match. You want to leave?
It's not really.
Really?
My second match.
Okay, let's take Brian Lee.
Okay.
What's his age? Okay.
Okay, next match will be between Lim Shi Cheng and Brian Lee. Brian Lee, I believe he is the third place runner-up for this year's Pika Singles. Sorry, we're having a bit of just a bit of difficulty figuring out my garbled handwriting. All these written down battle codes. Okay, and here we have Brian Lee versus Lim Shi Cheng. Brian Lee being Ruby and Lim Shi Cheng being Ace. Yep. Okay, on Ace's side we can see Gengar, Lopunny, Magmortar, Bell Pikachu, Florges, and Mandibuzz. And this is a somewhat of an interesting team. We can see some walls here in the form of Mandibuzz and Florges, probably a utility Pikachu, special attacking Magmortar, and the Mega is a toss-up. I'm saying it's Lopunny, but you know, there's always the switcheroo Scarf variant.
Okay, here we have next on Ruby's side, which is unconventional but albeit slightly more recognizable, with the main Protean Greninja, an Azumarill, which we don't know what's again, a Crocodile, which is interesting. It might be Intimidate, it might be Moxie. We have a Gothitelle, which is renowned for its Trick Room shenanigans. Mega Altaria maybe, which we believe is the Mega of this team, and of course we have Yodelehi Hu Pikachu.
But I think in most cases Altaria will most likely be Mega, because I don't really think it's pretty much outclassed in every regard by its Mega. But moving on, we're gonna start this match here.
Who's that? Shiny Greninja making its appearance here against a Mandibuzz, which could be a problem for it, because if it's subpar special defense here, we all know that Mandibuzz is known for its pronounced defense. But here we go with the Florges to predict an Ice Beam or maybe a Dark Pulse from it.
Yep, and it tanks that Ice Beam well thanks to its high special defense, but it still has to fear the potential Gunk Shot on Greninja, one of the new tutor moves in Auras, which basically allows Greninja to pass most of its counters.
This means that Greninja is now officially Ubers in Smogon tiers.
I won't say that, but yes, it's still suspect. But yes, you see the Gunk Shot on Greninja takes out that Florges all the way. Life Orb, damage taking it a bit. But now he sends in his shiny Magmortar,
which is another pink Pokemon here. Now, Magmortar's status has been known to have stellar special attack and passable special defense as well, except for maybe its subpar 83 base speed. But here we go. Croc Block, which is an interesting name, comes in with an Intimidate to stop it.
A Croc Block scares out Grimlock. Grimlock. Well, Grimlock went for the Thunderbolt there. But now that it's forced out by Croc Block, he's
Now it's taunting him like the Croc Block he is.
using that opportunity to set up Stealth Rocks. And this is a very annoying Crocodile set here. Bulky Intimidate with knockoff, Stealth Rocks, Earthquake, and I believe Taunt, yes. It really shuts down opponent's supports, and it sets up a lot of opportunities to set up Stealth Rock freely. And now Ace retaliating with his Bell Pikachu, which is still outsped by, which I believe 110 plus speed Crocodile. Pikachu dies to the very frail Pikachu dies to the knockoff right there. Knocks off the Focus Sash. Now Grimlock comes in against Croc Block.
Looks like it's a lock battle. Looks like
Cliff, don't try.
a headlock, okay.
Okay. Bradley with his Gothitelle here, which is pretty bulky with its special defense, and yes, with the tanks the Focus Blast well, thanks to its psychic typing. I believe now that we know it's a Scarfed or possibly a Spec set here.
No in the right mind.
Yeah. Again, yep, and it dies to the Psyshock thanks to its abysmal 67 defense. Now Ace sends in his Mandibuzz, gets ticked down a bit by the Stealth Rocks, but it can't take. Now Gothitelle can't possibly walled by it since it usually carries Psyshock and or Dark Pulse. Sends in Greninja to try and dispatch it. Now that Florges is gone, it fears Greninja can safely Ice Beam this Mandibuzz here, but Mandibuzz goes for the Roost. Now Greninja going for the Ice Beam, knowing that no special defense tanks are on the opposing side. Mandibuzz nearly being KO'd by that. Manages to remove the Life Orb.
Now here we go. Life Orb is what you call the essential item on Greninja, because without it, it can't do the damage rolls it's supposed to do. But right now, I guess it has served its purpose by knocking out most of its opponents and basically, oh, a Tumbler comes out. And yes, now we know why it's called Tumbler, the bunny of Pokemon.
Wait, why?
Is it female or male?
I'm actually genuinely interested about this Lopunny's nickname here, but Croc Block comes in, reduces the attack set of. No, I know Mega Lopunny's stats.
I think I know why it's called Tumbler, because you see this, its sex is male, and Tumblr is renowned to have riddled with transgenders, maybe. So yes, here we go.
Maybe, yeah, that might be a reason, but interesting move. He went for the return instead of the possible fighting move there in high jump kick or low kick, which with Scrappy he should have no doubts about just throwing it out there, because unless he has a protect, it has no fear of being blocked. But yeah, Croc Block, he switches in Gengar named Magmortar,
which I believe should go against the naming clause, but who knows. But there we go, Knockoff still doing respectable damage due to the paper thin defenses of Gengar. This is what you get for not investing in defense, people.
No, but I think there's no naming clause, but I think Gengar should have died. I think Gengar would have should have died from that, but was it burn just now? It was burn, yes, that's the reason why.
So Fodder using the very surprising move, Attract. That's why you know it's, well, female Pikachu doing on a male. Yeah, now we know why it's Fodder to get it on with that.
But 50% chance to not attack a opponent of a opposing gender is quite it can maybe work out in his favor, and it's at least yeah. Looking at the damage, it might be an Eviolite set. Bulky Pikachu here with double team. Oh boy. But now that it's nuzzled and attracted, it has very low chance of attacking.
This is even terrible than Paraflinch from Kibo, man. This is Attract, for God's sakes, from a Pikachu.
So Pikachu doing pitiful damage since it's not running Light Ball.
And here you go, bypassing the Hex Gods in order to deal that damage.
Oh, sending in Azumarill now, who threatens the low HP Gengar with its Aqua Jet, and yep, finishes off the Gengar with Aqua Jet. And this is a Bandit set if I'm not mistaken, either Bandit or Scarfed, because I do remember it was being locked into one move. Sends in his Mega Lopunny here, who with 136 attack is gonna be hitting hard on everything, but manages to send in his Croc Block, reducing the attack somewhat.
And we know it's going for a return because it's expected to hit on the Azumarill. But oh no, it survives with that, but the burn gets him down. The whole point of it is just to get the Intimidate off and give in a free switch in to the next Pokemon.
Yeah, but I do believe that this Mega Lopunny should have been throwing out more fighting moves in general, because Scrappy with return and I mean with normal and fighting moves gives you somewhat of an unresisted coverage.
So here we go with an Ice Punch, which deals with coverage from that Mega Lopunny onto that Mega Altaria, which has both 110 in defense and 105 in special defense. Now we know that it has at least more than 100 in all offenses and defenses, which make it quite a bulky yet offensive Pokemon overall.
Yeah, and now we know that he's running a physical set with Dragon Dance and Return. And yep, Brian Lee manages to finish off the match with his Mega Altaria. Scary stuff indeed. Well, now we're gonna move on to yet another match in our preliminaries, which will be between Mr. Tanyu and Muhammad Irfan, from Tanyu's point of view. So, looking at Tanyu's team here, we've got the teams up and all. We've got Mega Salamence, Ferrothorn, Breloom, Excadrill, Rotom-Wash, and the mandatory Pikachu.
So we got on Irfan's side, you can see that he goes with his Pikachu, the Metal Hit Pikachu of course, coming in with a Charizard which in singles could be a Charizard X or Y, and of course we have the Jolteon here, which could deal a lot of damage from the special side. Also we have Bisharp to prevent any intimidates and scare off, but that's in VGC. But right now we see that it's a very interesting matchup against Salamence because it might pick up the Defiant boost here. And next we have Excadrill, which of course is a great utility Pokemon overall, and we have Salamence, which in this case might also be the Mega, but we believe that the Charizard is the Mega in this battle.
Yeah, you would probably never see a regular Charizard nowadays, but I think Moldbreaker and Excadrill on both sides to deal with any Rotoms. And yep, we can move on with the match. Drop my Mountain Dew!
MLG man, MLG. So here we go with the match. It starts right now. Just for your information, Dean here is the champion of today's tournament, and he starts off with the Salamence against the Jolteon, which could be a disadvantageous position for the Salamence due to the fact of HP Ice Might coming out.
Yeah, but unless it was probably a Scarf set with Earthquake, it might be. But just to be sure, he switches out to Gurren here, who blocks the Volt Switch from Jolteon, forcing it to switch out manually here. Sends out his own Excadrill and could probably take an EQ here, unless it's Air Balloon, which it is, and goes for the safe option and Rock Slide instead.
So here we see it doesn't do that much damage, but it does serve its purpose of popping the Air Balloon.
And now that we know that he switches out, it's probably a Scarf set, but at least the Air Balloon is out. Switches in his Breloom here, good switch here, resists the EQ and threatens with a Mach Punch next turn. And oh, this is interesting, it's a Poison Heal set. Normally you'd see a Technician set on Breloom, but he's going for a Poison Heal set, I'm guessing with Substitute.
In singles, this is a more... it's not a Metal Hit Pikachu, it's the Nacho Libre Pikachu.
Yep, that is the Libre Pikachu indeed, and that's a shame because Flying Press would have just completely obliterated Breloom right here. But it manages to Spore and set up a Substitute here, and he's probably going to be really annoying, forcing all those switches and stacking up Sleep.
So in this case, that it's not that common to see defensive stall Breloom due to the fact that it has a better chances in offense with Technician. But here we go, Pikachu does wake up, gets the knockoff on that substitute. It does respectable damage, which does take out. This shows how much defense that Breloom does not have, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, but it could also mean that Pikachu is running a light ball set. But at least substitute protects against the potential item knockoff. Not that it needed the Toxic Orb anymore, but chooses to switch out his Pikachu because clearly he can't do much against this Breloom. Switches in Jolteon, who outspeeds, but he uses this switch to set up another substitute, and it's just very difficult for him to try and get a solid hit on this Breloom here.
So now you can see his sub was broken by that critical hit Volt Switch, but even that critical hit won't really matter. But here we go, he goes back into Pikachu, who's still sleeping. He pulls off another substitute.
Oh, and well, this clearly Tanyu's opponents are having a very hard time trying to get past this Breloom. Oh yes, Irfan's side. I'm sorry, I forgot who he was right there. But yeah, Breloom just sitting comfortably behind his substitute. Nothing has managed to phase it just yet.
And here we go, the Spore Fest begins again. Well, this might be the upteenth time he's been doing it. The sub shatters, which does show that Volt Switch can destroy a sub without a crit right there. And here we go with the Salamence right now, which is gonna eat a Spore, I believe, right now, unless it pulls off a sub. So it does pull off a sub. Now, what might be interesting that if this Salamence is Mega and it does have Hyper Voice, it will bypass that substitute. But let's see what happens next.
But I think at this point it's confirmed that Salamence is not a Mega due to the presence of a Charizard on Irfan's team. And this Salamence unfortunately gets spored as well. But if I'm not mistaken, Breloom's only move here is Drain Punch, and in that case, it can't really do much other than slowly sapping away with Leech Seed and doing minimal damage with Drain Punch.
Now here we go, Sleepy Salamence and a Breloom behind the sub, being Leech Seed for good measure, because well, basically this is the only way for Salamence to be defeated, is to basically outstall it. You know, we all know that stall is not, while it is a viable tactic, it's something.
It's not the most fun tactic, let me tell you.
Yeah. You want fun? You go Paraflinch, burn everything, status everything. Play with evasion, that's fun. Not stall.
Well, evasion could be used in a stall team as well, but seeing as Salamence still can't do anything. Oh wait, I guess he just went for the Fire Blast to try and land and break that sub, but
it does not pull off the kill onto that Ferrothorn, which is a shame. This might go that it might be a timid nature, so which might not be difficult, and that this Ferrothorn might have specially defensive investments in it as well.
Yeah, but just to be sure, he sends out the Charizard, shiny Charizard here, and we're going to find out what variant it is right now, as I believe it will Mega Evolve. And he's keeping that Ferrothorn alive. I believe he wanted to set up Stealth Rocks earlier before this Charizard managed to come out. But yes, it reveals itself to be a Mega Charizard Y.
Now this will be a scare if it pulls off a Solar Beam right now, because that Bosch is going down like the German Nazis.
I don't know what reference that would be, but yep, it does go with the Solar Beam right here. Nails the Rotomosh. Goes down. Oh, but it manages to live with a sliver of health. Volt switches out and does about more than 50% to Charizard Y here, meaning that if it switches out and Stealth Rocks is up, it's definitely going down. Sends in his Salamence, definitely outspeeds it at this point, probably going Revenge Kill as well, but we're going to see if this is a Mega Salamence. And yep, it's a Mega Salamence. Alright. This might actually go in Now Salomon sets up a Dragon Dance, sitting on +1 speed, +1 attack, and yep, it outspeeds this Excadrill with Earthquake. Outspeeds and kills it with Earthquake. Yep. Sends in his Charizard, which is again outspeed by +1 Salamence. Hit by that +1 return.
Salamence using that return like the boomerang he is.
Yep, and this non-Mega Salamence comes in, at least manages to nullify that Dragon Dance to some extent. But still, Aerolate return from Mega Salamence, 145 attack, still not to be underestimated. Sun goes down, and Irfan was unable to make the most of it. But Bisharp here, if only Irfan could have predicted the Salmon switch in and switched in his Bisharp accordingly, he could have got the Defiant boost and at least done a good chunk of damage with that Defiant Sucker Punch.
FYI guys, yes, he did die to the Earthquake, but as you can see in the next few tournaments coming, especially in VG's format, there will be an abundance of Bisharps due to that Defiant knockoff coming up anywhere.
Yep, and the normally 130 base speed Jolteon is now outsped by the +1 Mega Salamence and KO'd by the Earthquake. And that's how Irfan goes down.
Dean pulling off his stall plus sweep tactics in the late game. So let's move on to the next match, shall we?
Next round. What's the next round?
And we'll be moving on from the 32 brackets to the 16 brackets now. Moving up the ladder, we have and we're gonna be playing Tanyu versus Brighton for this next round. This is in the last 16 brackets. We moved on from the 32 brackets just now, and we apologize. For those of you, we didn't receive all the battle codes from everyone, and due to time constraints, we're just gonna play the ones that we have and the ones that we've selected. Yes, and Arcliffe says my handwriting is terrible, and I do agree. But we're gonna see.
We have, as we know, Dean Teams is here, and we're going as Team Umizumi. I'm sorry, just Team Umi here, which is coming out with an interesting team: Yodelehihu Pikachu, a Lucario, which might be Mega, Rotom Wash, a Dragalge, which we could see the adaptability form here, and a Clefable, which comes along with a Weavile. And this is a very interesting team which we don't see usually, so we're very interested to see what happens. Interested.
It's Dragalge. Arcliffe said Dragalge.
I said Dragalge.
Okay, it sends out his Wally here, his Ferrothorn, while Umi sends out his Kawaii Vile. Good lead against good fake out lead to break some sashes, but this Kawaii Vile is packing low kick. Great great move against Ferrothorn here.
Coverage move, but of course he can't do that much damage without a boost. Now here we go, the Gyro Ball, which definitely will pick up the KO here.
Extremely fast Kawaii Vile here. I believe is 1 to 5 base speed against this Ferrothorn. Dies to the Gyro Ball. Switches in his his Lucario here. Lucario.
Here we have more pronunciation problems, which might be inherited from last year. Now here we go, Sikapno from Lucario here. Now I don't know what Brighton is trying to pull off here, because yes, well, it still could, unless it's a special set that... Oh, it is a special set here. Going in that Flash Cannon, will it deal the kill? It does, it's a critical hit.
I do believe that most Lucarios at least run special sets or mixed sets because of the prevalence of Will-O-Wisp. But yeah, what are you talking about? Okay.
So now we know why it's called Sikapno, because it's actually Russian for the way you pronounce Lucario. Sucario.
And he switches in his Dragalge here, and without Trick Room support or any speed control support, Dragalge's low 40-ish base speed is just gonna die straight out to this EQ from Excadrill.
It was a shame. It could have been 420 Blaze It, but then again it was drowned in the H2O.
Oh, and we're gonna see a Calm Mind from Clefable here. I guess it could be an Unaware set or even a Magic Guard set, because both abilities let Clefable set up against its opponent quite well. Oh, okay. Well, Tanyu sending out his MV Pika right here, and the +1 Calm Mind Moonblast from Clefable picks up the kill.
As we can see in the chat right now, 0307 seems to be demanding some other form of commentation, but of course, unfortunately, that can't happen. You can turn back time to last year if you want to hear that kind, or on the replays.
Okay, and Brighton switches out his +1 Clefable there, not willing to get KO'd by the Iron Head from Gurren Lagann, but it could have retaliated with Flamethrower as well if it was carrying it. Now we're going to see both of them switching out to their defensive pivots. Ferrothorn taking that Volt Switch very comfortably, and probably using this opportunity to either Leech Seed or set up Stealth Rocks. Oh, but Pikachu knocks off Ferrothorn's
Giving it that sassy walk away from it, yeah.
knocks off that Rocky Helmet, and it basically it basically reduces the damage that Brighton's team will be taking when dealing physical attacks to Ferrothorn. Ferrothorn still hanging in there, but Rotom chooses to go for the Will-O-Wisp here, and unless... no, I think Ferrothorn is going to be... no, it might just survive with a sliver of health with the Leech Seed regen here. And yes, I think that's just enough HP to survive the burn damage. Brighton switching out his Rotom here, and switching in his Gengar, his Clefable named Gengar. Well, I know that reference.
I know the reference too, do you?
Gyro Ball doing not so much damage to Gengar due to its to Clefable thanks to its low speed. While Clefable sets up a Calm Mind.
It's okay, people, it's a Gengar, right? It's a Gengar.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know,
Why am I just crazy?
it's probably named Gengar because it said that, well, Gengar is Clefable's shadow in a sense because their silhouettes look very similar. And finally, Ferrothorn goes down to the passive burn damage.
And here we go, here comes the mean Staller. It goes with a expected Spore, next would be a Sub, then would be Leech Seed, rinse and repeat, and there we go.
Yep, but if this is a Magic Guard set, it will not be slowly taken down by Leech Seed, but it might be Unaware, because either one of those abilities are quite viable. And I think that Tanyu realizes that he can't be doing much to this, so he switches out his Gurren Lagann, who has a much better chance at doing damage to this Clefable with Stab Iron Head. Gengar manages to wake up in time and use Moonblast, and if he had Flamethrower here, he could have just gone for the safe option and used Flamethrower, because it would have hit Breloom and it would have hit Excadrill as well. But Excadrill not going for the Iron Head here, probably wanted to see if he switched out. Eats another Moonblast for that, and that special attack drop that doesn't really do much. Yep, we're gonna see Scarf Earthquake go again. for the two hits on the Fable, slowly bringing it down. And now Brighton forced into his Rotom, which is outsped and EQ'd by the Mold Breaker Excadrill. Goes down as well, and I guess that's why he didn't want to use Iron Head to finish it off, because if not, it'll be locked and blocked by that Rotom.
It's not a crop pop, man. We'll move on to the next match, which will be between Umar Khalil and Brian Lee. So give us a moment to type in those codes.
Yep, and I can offer some insight into some of the decisions I made and into this match, and I do believe there was one critical decision which I'll point out later. But props to Brian Lee for running that team, though it was very interesting team. Caught me off guard, and he certainly deserved to get his place up as a third run out.
996, right? 6 or
996. And so we're gonna be seeing Brian Lee versus Musica here. Okay. So here I chose to lead with the Greninja, who's a good scout and has a great amount of coverage moves in general, so it could just deal with pretty much anything I saw on Brian's side. Cosplay Pikachu, Bell of course giving a good Bolt Beam, pseudo Bolt Beam coverage. Now Assault Vest Gogoat is just one of my favorite Pokemon. Mega Mawile, Nasty Plot Chatot, and Rotom Heat for somewhat of an offensive pivot. And moving on to Brian's team. Oh yeah, we already reviewed his team last round. So yeah, we're gonna see Musica vs Brian Lee or Ruby here.
You'll be seeing your commentator Umar going for his round against Brian. Yes, sends up Crop Block first, and here Kairu. So counter,
yeah. And at this point, I didn't know what set Brian Lee was running. I thought it might have been a Scarf set, so just to be safe, I didn't want to get EQ'd or anything. So I switched out my Greninja to my Assault Vest Gogoat here, and he does the same. Switches out to Azumarill. Gogoat has really good special defense, especially with Assault Vest, but his defense is somewhat lacking and takes a good 95+% damage from Play Rough, but managed to get back a bit of health with Horn Leech here. But I'll still be 2 HKO'd, and he probably expects my switch as well, so he goes out, and so do I. So he switches in his Gothitelle here, to which I switch in my Cerebella, my Mawile here, Mega Mawile. And I was thinking I can use this opportunity to set up my I'm using a substitute set here, and I know that Gothitelle would probably try and spread some sort of status, but it goes for the hidden power, and I'm guessing it's a hidden power ground or hidden power fighting.
It's either hidden power ground or fire right now. So you go manage to pull off the sub. Go with the Sucker Punch to try to deal damage. Will it pick up the KO here? It does. That is a strong Mega Mawile.
Yeah, and that's just one of the strengths of Substitute Mega Mawile. It just forces so many switches, easily lets you set up the sub, and you can just Sucker Punch everything that comes your way. But another Hex abusing Pikachu here with double team. Yes, and play miss, but you know that was +1, so can't be helped.
So here we go with his Kurupeko. I'll pass it back to him because he knows more.
And one thing about this Kurupeko is that it has Keen Eye, and for those who don't know, Keen Eye ignores any evasiveness boosts here. So any attacks will just ignore the fact that Pikachu set up 2 double teams right there. And Chatter with 65 base power and 100% chance to confuse. I'm just gonna be spamming this and using this opportunity to set up Nasty Plot here.
So why do you name it Kurupeko, Umar?
Well, for those of you who play Monster Hunter 3U, you should know there's a pretty popular monster there named Kurupeko. It's a giant parrot thing. And here we go, +2 Boom Burst.
Bringing on the boom with it. It looks like here we have an Azumarill, which might come in with an Aqua Jet, who knows.
And this Chatot is sashed, which means it will live this Choice Banded Aqua Jet. But basically, this is the main weakness of this Chatot set is just priority, which just really priority, especially Scizor. Scizor just gives me a really hard time with this. And here, I'm scared, clearly scared by the and outsped by the Ice Beam here. So I switch out to my pivot, which is Rotom Heat, but he goes for the safe option and goes Dark Pulse to deal neutral damage instead of Ice Beam. Life Orb, Shining Greninja.
They're all Life Torp, people. They're all Life Torp.
So now I go to my special wall, which is Assault Vest Gogoat, who takes this Dark Pulse quite well, but it is gonna lose to the next Dark Pulse, at least wearing it down, at least having the opponent Greninja wear itself down with a bit of Life Orb. Yep. And now this is a Greninja vs Greninja, a one-on-one Greninja situation, and for those who don't know, my Greninja is actually not perfect in speed, so I knew that I was going to lose the speed type, but at least I managed to dodge this gunk shot and deal quite a bit of damage, not enough to pick off his Greninja with Dark Pulse. Goes for the Hydro Pump here and manages to kill my Greninja, and at the same time Life Orb takes off his own Greninja. But I made a critical mistake here, which is I could have switched off to my Chatot and let him kill that instead. And you will see that will be some of my downfall later on.
This is what you see the Legend of all ninjas. They kill each other one way or another.
Now my Chocoblanca switches in. Clearly can't do anything to this Crocodile, especially with -1. Crocodile, very annoying set with bulky knockoff. Knocks off my Chesto Berry before I can rest, and taunts me just to make sure that I can't rest anyways, or use Will-O-Wisp. Uses this opportunity to set up Stealth Rocks. It's Stealth but yep, I go for the Overheat, does nothing against this bulky Crocodile. And this was a very surprising set to me, and so I was caught off guard. Props to Brian Lee for this set, very interesting. And now Stealth Rock's on my side and everyone's on low HP, I can't do much. And with no Greninja to handle both his Crocodile and Mega Altaria, I am just doomed at this point.
Looks like Easy Bake's gonna get burnt.
So at this point, I think Brian Lee's win is confirmed because all of my Pokemon are low on health, and he's got Stealth Rocks up. I can't pivot anymore. Uses his opportunity to set up a Dragon Dance. And I try to set up, and I just pop on one Will-O-Wisp, see where it takes me, but it's not going to be doing much in the long run. Hikari, please. Actually, I do think there's a plushie. No, that's quite small. Oh yeah, a giant size Mega Altaria plushie.
No, even the giant Willot plushie isn't big enough to take on.
Yeah, I mean,
yes.
it's like macam like if you have a car, like the couch, right? It'll be like if it's a two-seater, it's only you and Wailord. There's no room for a third person.
Oh, that'd be sweet. But yeah, Chato goes down here, switching into Stealth Rocks. And now all I have is this Mega Mawile surviving with just a sliver of health. But Sucker Punch not gonna be doing anything to this Fairy type Mega Altaria.
Look at that fluff, absorbing all the hits. Yeah, you can't bite into this.
Yep. And goes down to the +1 Earthquake. Not as if that mattered, but still, win goes to Brian Lee.
And now this is the last match for the round of 16, which we will stream. After this, it will be all the rounds for the rounds afterwards. So here we go with the next one. this 6 or G? 6. God. This is a G right at the end.
Yes, that's a G.
Oh my god.
If the little squiggle doesn't connect to the big C, it's a G. If it does, it's a 6.
Yeah, is that a 5 or an S? Is it an S or a 5? I think it's a 5. It's an S, I think.
Okay,
If we don't get it, it's Umar's fault. Yes, it's Umar's fault. Oh, you shouldn't have this video.
No, don't get it shown. Later, after streaming.
Alright, here we go. We've seen Nix's team of him having the... what's the dog's name?
Cliff doesn't know all the names of all 719 Pokemon.
Gen 5 just sucks that bad. Okay, never mind. Let's move on to Azri's team. We have the Kawaii Pikachu. We have a very interesting choice here in which a Delphox, Classical Sableye, what could be a Mega Aggron. Yeah, Classical Sableye, man. Okay, here you have what could be a Mega Aggron. We have an interesting choice of a Suplex. What's it called again? Holucha, yeah, Holucha Nachos, whatever, and a Milotic, which could be competitive, but in singles it could be Marvel skill in this case. So let's move on to the match, shall we?
Wait, and Nick's leading with his Pikachu here. His cute.
No, that's not Nick. That's
Alright, Azri leading with his idol cosplay Pikachu against the Chandler. Chandler using Energy Ball here. I think he's packing that move specifically for the Swampets that might.
Yeah, what's odd is that he didn't go for maybe a Fire Blast or a Flamethrower. But then again, it could be just a safe play.
Yeah. And Azri switching in his Delphox here, who I'm not sure why. Wait, Delphox used Shadow Ball there. And Smeargle, immune to the Shadow Ball, gets a free turn of Moody.
King Shield coming from the annoying Smeargle here. You got Flamethrower doing nothing to it, Moody activating again. What's odd with this Moody is that it will decrease one stat and increase another stat at random.
Yeah, it decreased one stat by one stage and increase the other stat by 2 stages. So you saw he got the minus defense and the +2 special defense there. Forces out the Delphox, who probably thinks it can't hit the +2 special defense Smeargle, and instead gets spored by it.
What could have been a smarter choice is actually just switch in the moment you saw a Smeargle, but there again the Smeargle was scared out by what could be a priority taunt from it coming if it got the one turn asleep.
Oh, now that's a harsh nickname right there, but at least the Prankster was asleep, but now Sableye wakes up just in time and slaps on a Will-O-Wisp on this Pikachu, who's presumably with that damage, it might be Light Ball, but thanks to the burn, probably managed to do. Probably could have picked up the kill on Sableye. I'm not too sure about that.
Next, whoever you are, you should rename your Pikachu to Metal Hit, because that's just so metal.
Well, Sableye manages to recover, and at this point Pikachu chooses to nuzzle Sableye, somewhat putting, if it can get some crucial paralysis on, might be able to to do some damage. Pikachu slowly being whittled down by that burn, chooses to switch out Hoop, knowing it can't do much against his Sableye. Talonflame for the safe option, because it can't be burned and outspeeds Sableye's priority, but it still gets hit by that by that foul play using Talonflame's attack stat against it. But Talonflame with the priority roost heals back all that health.
Going for the foul play, hitting it for its own attack stat, but here we go, Talonflame going for roost, showing that it's a more bulky set of a Talonflame. Which it is more of a common set rather than the full offensive type you could see. But here we go, Sableye getting the full paralysis on that, and he switches out to see just in case Goes on for another Brave Bird to go for the more safer choice of Aggron right now. We'll see if it's Mega Evolution or not.
Yep. And taunt on that Aggron. We're gonna see if it Mega Evolves.
Oh, I love the name.
Oh, Bark No Bite comes in and stacks on an Intimidate on this Aggron. And it doesn't Mega Evolve just yet. Maybe it wanted... Well, we don't really know if it's Mega just yet, but maybe it wanted the Stab Rock Slide, yep. Or maybe...
But here we go, Aggron is somehow scared out by that Stout Land right now. And here we go into Milotic, maybe hoping to get a...
Akli finally found out what that dog's name is.
Damn it!
Baby Doll Eyes on Stoutland here. Very interesting move. It's a priority status move. +1 priority and always reduces the opponent's attack stat by 1 stage. But Milotic doesn't really much care for its attack stat. Scalds the incoming Pikachu.
So now you can see that the metal burns! Okay, maybe not. Here we go, the annoying Smirtle comes out once again, maybe to spread more sportish nonsense. Hopefully the smart play comes here, and yes, he goes in with the Sableye. Very, very smart play there. Now has a chance of being taunted, and he cannot be sport due to its paralysis.
Yep, good choice of move there by who's this again? But yeah, Smeargle sets up King Shield, trying to stack up some more moody boosts. But Sableye reducing its durability with the burn. Smeargle gets another evasiveness boost. An evasiveness boost here, and doesn't mind the offensive stat drop here. Smeargle being taunted by Sableye here, and presumably if it's not carrying any attack moves, it's just gonna sit there and stack up moody boosts and do nothing really. So at this point, Nyx has no choice but to switch out to his Stoutland again.
That's a really stout dog.
Stoutland actually an interesting choice of Pokemon here. It is a normal type with quite a few coverage moves and respectable bulk and attack stats. Goes for the crunch here on Sableye, dealing about 30%, 40%.
That's respectable coming from a dog.
Now that's just insulting. Stoutland's a pretty cool Pokemon to be honest with Sand Rush, but there's no sand to abuse it. But
What's there to respect with a foot-long mustache?
okay,
And foot-long mustache.
Talonflame. Oh, he switches in Talonflame to take the incoming Will-O-Wisp. Manages to keep the that Stoutland's offense intact. Sableye. Okay. Talonflame once again landing the taunt on Aggron here. Not gonna do much, and we're still not seeing the potential Mega on either side, and I'm guessing at this point it has to be Mega Aggron. Oh, but Mega Aggron goes for the Heavy Slam here, doing hardly anything to Slowbro.
This is what you get for being so fat.
But Heavy Slam's damage is determined by the difference between weight between both Pokemon. And and we're gonna see a Mega Slowbro from Nyx here. Mega Slowbro, we've seen about 3 Mega Slowbros so far. All Calm Mind, all using Calm Mind, and that's pretty much the best way to use Mega Slowbro in singles. Just set up those Calm Mind boosts without fear with your Titanic defense stat and Shell Armor. Oh,
But here comes with the haze. Instead of the Dragon Tail, it goes instead for the haze to stop all stat changes. But here we go, since it's faster, he could still pull off another Calm Mind due to its late turn in.
yeah. And I think Nyx is gonna switch tactics here because Milotic can just keep hazing this Slowbro here, and he just can't rack up those boosts. So he goes for the Scald, hoping for a burn.
But in this case, it doesn't get a burn here. Milotic responds with another Scowl. Let's see who burns who right now.
So this is basically a battle between two bulky waters, and yep, Milotic picks up the burn with Scald on that side. And let's see if Slowbro picks it up as well. But nope, RNG is not in Nyx's favor right now.
Looks like RNG is working just like how Slowbro is, really slow. Here we go, slack off to take off all that damage. Now we can see in this case, I believe that Milotic has the upper edge here because he has higher special defense compared to Slowbro. And in this case, Slowbro is burnt, which does not like the passive damage. We're gonna go into a battle of one spitting hot water at another.
Lots of burns everywhere. Spitting contest, that's for sure. And slowly just inching each other down with burns and scalds. And I guess since Slowbro is already down to half HP,
Predicts the slack off, I think, in order to get, or maybe he predicted the switch and used slack off on that opportunity. But we don't know what's gonna happen anyways.
and Delphox here just now shown to be shown to have Shadow Ball, which it does use in this case. And leave Slowbro without any Carmine boost takes about 40% with that. Oh, and we get this the
Special defense drop.
yep, and that is probably gonna be
Scald
screwed.
will not kill it.
Nope. I believe Delphox's special defense stat is quite high, 100 plus if I'm not mistaken.
But in this case, at a full health, a Scald which has low base power will not get the kill. Here we go, Smurgle once more. Delphox using the Grass Knot as a safe attack, maybe to hit on whatever switch in. Wow, that's quite a amount of damage on that Smurgle.
Yeah, and I do believe he should have just gone for the Grass Knot on Slowbro, because Mega Slowbro in particular is quite heavy. And Grass Knot's damage is dependent on the opponent's weight. Once again, switching the Paralyzed Sableye to block that Spore. Sableye is going to use this Sableye is gonna see Smeargle slowly go down to just a sliver of health, manages to pick up one Moody boost. And at this point, Smeargle is just fodder for Nyx's team.
Here you go, we might see... Oh, Sableye is paralyzed, so it cannot pull off what could be a recover on that turn.
I mean a foul play, because I think his health is quite full. Smeared shell. And yes, this Aggron, which has yet to Mega Evolve the entire game, but at least it doesn't take the super effective Flare Blitz there.
Actually, it will take less damage if it Mega Evolve due to filter and its higher base HP.
That is true. Yes, because we all know that the HP stat does not change during Mega Evolution. But once again, switching in Stoutland to intimidate the the Aggron and lower rock slide's damage here. Yeah, and I think that Stoutland is just a somewhat of a defensive, physically defensive wall with Baby Doll Eyes and Intimidate. Goes for the crunch on the Sableye, picks up a crit.
But unless the Sableye gets full paralysis on this turn, it won't. Stoutland still can't do that much to it if it gets a crit who knows if it gets the burn. Here we go, recover, which definitely means that Bark and No Bite cannot pick up the kill with the crunch if it uses crunch.
And Stoutland with another crunch on the Sableye. This set is somewhat interesting because it is similar to something like an Intimidate plus Will-O-Wisp Arcanine as a physical wall. But yeah, it got the minus defense there on Sableye, meaning that the next crunch could possibly KO. But just to be sure, Sableye Will-O-Wisps in return. Let's see how the damage rolls here. Goes for the crunch, -1 defense on Sableye, but burn on Stoutland. Still KOs with
it gets the critical hit. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why in some matches crits do matter. Here we go, Bark No Bite getting that leftovers. It hides under all that mustache fur.
Yep, and Bark No Bite has been pulling its weight throughout this game. Goes for another Baby Doll Eyes, reducing Holucha's damage, Holucha's attack by 1 stage.
Holucha coming in with the Sky Attack, which is a very powerful flying move, but is rarely seen. Maybe it's because this set comes in with its Acrobatics Unburdened set. Oh, not dealing the kill there, and that is a very high base damage from attack from Holucha. The burn still does not kill it.
Yep. and this allows Stoutland to stack another baby doll eyes on Stoutland to stack another baby doll eyes on Holucha, and Holucha retaliates with its own bulk up.
So he says, hey, screw it, I'm bulking up. If you can set up, I can set up too.
Yep. And eventually Bark No Bite loses its bite, goes down.
It's barked for its last time, ladies and gentlemen.
But I don't. Well, Holucha is sitting at +1. Oh, hang on. Why didn't it Brave Bird at that point?
Oh, it went for a Flare Blitz. Means that its signature ability Gale Wings does not activate. Let's say if it gets the KO, it does not. But in this case, yeah. But in this case, it'll be enough that one. Oh, the Life Orb recall kills it, so it cannot pull off a Brave Bird in the next turn. This is why you should just Brave Bird anyways, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, don't think. Click Brave Bird. That's how you generally use Talonflame. But the King Shield from Smeargle cuts down the bulk up boost that Holucha was trying to build up.
Lucha, this is Mexico. We in Mexico, baby.
Well, sending in Mega Slowbro, normally a good physical wall, but in this condition, burned and with just quarter HP, probably can't do much. Switching out to the bulky water versus bulky water matchup again. We're gonna see a painstakingly slow death from.
Here we go, the spitting contest starts again. Ladies and gentlemen, as a warning, you might see a lot of these kinds of battles coming. Not spitting contest, but one trying to outstall another or outdamage the other.
Oh, and are you going to see it in the upcoming grand finals? We're gonna be here for a while, folks, here at CFHQ, streaming these matches.
I think I'm gonna skip that.
And this is just the singles, folks.
Yeah, multi is slow because somebody played so much Trick Room. By somebody, I just mean the guy right beside me.
Yeah. But okay, and we're just gonna see a painstakingly slow Slack Off versus Leftovers Milotic versus. Both of them have recovery moves, both of them have Scald, and well, neither of them have super effective moves against each other, so yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is why you pack a psychic move on that Slowbro instead of Ice Beam. Just so you can deal a little bit more damage.
That is true, and with Psyshock it could hit Milotic's lower defense stat. But
oh my god, here we go, the battle of attrition begins. Who's gonna recover faster? Who's gonna recover first? This will not end, ladies and gentlemen, this will not end. Holy crap, ladies and gentlemen, we're 20 turns away from the last one. This match lasts for a total of 68 turns.
oh my god. Yeah, sure.
So let's discuss better tactics on how to use Milotic and Mega Slowbro when they both try to stall out each other in this endless match, shall we? So, in VGC you would see a more. Oh wait, never mind that. It switched out. Here we go, Aggron.
Oh, back to the action. We can't discuss anything competitive. Using this opportunity to switch in Mega Aggron because it predicts Slowbro Slack Off. And is it gonna finally Mega Evolve this Mega Aggron here? And yep, finally after what, 40 turns, 50 turns, this
on the 51st turn it finally Mega Evolves like the fat ass it is.
But it chooses to go Rock Slide, loses the stab that it previously had though, but it gets the 140 base attack, and the flinch on the Rock Slide stacks up the burn damage as well. Goes for Heavy Slam, not the most optimal move in this case, as Slowbro is quite heavy relative to, is quite heavy relative to a lot of Pokemon, so it's not going to be taking a lot of damage from that.
If this Slowbro had leftovers would actually out heal the damage.
That is true, but at this point Rock Slide is probably Aggron's only attacking move. Aggron can learn Thunder Punch, but it probably won't be doing much either. This is just a painstaking match between a lot of bulky Pokemon.
So back to our original plan of talking about better tactics of these Pokemon. Now you know that Mega Slowbro, the best tactic is basically just to calm mind. Oh no, it switches out. Why does this always happen when we try to go to our lifetime talks here?
Oh no, never mind, it just went back into Milotic again.
Okay, it's back into Milotic, means that we can just carry on with our original plan. So Milotic in VGC, you would see a competitive variant which usually carries Icy Wind, Scald, maybe Ice Beam, and the last move depends on utility. Some people go for Protect, some people go for Mirror Coat to reflect back maybe taunts or status moves, and some people even go Rain Dance.
You mean Magic Code? See, Mirror. Yeah.
Miracle is a magic.
But Mirror Coat is also an interesting move because with Milotic's high special defense, it can tank quite a few special attacks and retaliate with twice the damage back to the attacker. It's basically the special attack variant of counter. Slowbro slacking off yet again. So Cliff, how's life after SPM?
Life after SPM is this: waiting 68 turns for a battle to end. 68 turns, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, another skull from Milotic.
It's okay, it's okay, folks. There's another 10 more turns left. You can last this. You lasted 58 turns. We can last another 10 more, ladies and gentlemen. But back to where we were again. Right now, once you see a Mega Aggron. Some people go for the more offensive variant is just to go 252 attack, 252 HP to deal that massive damage from that base attack coming from Mega Aggron. But some people also go for the more defensive variant, which some could go careful to get which would increase special defense, because while it does not have a respectable special defense, but with filter you could tank a lot of special hits with proper investment. Because let's face it, 200 plus in base defense doesn't really need that much of investments. Yeah,
That's 230 defense and 140 base special base attack. Yep. And finally, with switching in Chandler we saw just now with Energy Ball. Now Milotic's fearing that 145 base special attack from Chandler, switches in Aggron here, who's already in Mega, so it's not going to be taking neutral damage from that Energy Ball.
Yeah, as you can see how much damage it does. This shows that how much, if you do invest in special defense, how good it can really be. Here we go, Slowbro again. Let's try to get some chip damage. We just switches out back to Milotic, and he goes for an Earthquake, which we did not see previously. Let's see how much damage it does. It only does damage because burn.
And Aggron does have his share of boosting moves in Power Up Punch, Curse, or any of those moves could have just tacked on some more damage to allow it to
Chandelier, actually.
yeah
Chandelier.
to hit this Slowbro. But okay, now Milotic, now both bulky waters are now burned here. We're gonna see. Oh boy.
Maybe it's
Excuse me. That is a false statement by AZ Ski, right there. Folks, just please ignore him. He just comes here often. He doesn't actually play Pokemon. He just comes here and talks weird things.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're almost over. There's 3 more turns. This thing is going down, ladies and gentlemen. It's going down.
Please stop shipping in the comments.
Ladies and gentlemen, whoever Uma is shipped with is like the Titanic, and Trick Room has not activated, so it's slow and it's going to its doom.
But we're gonna see that this Slowbro is, well, actually we're not really quite sure where this match is going, but switches out his Slowbro back into his Chandler. It's eat a Scald. Let's see if it is sashed. Nope, I believe that might have been the Scarf Chandler. Yep, goes down all the way.
I should change to 160.
Okay. And now I believe he's only left with his Slowbro, and he chooses to forfeit, saving us from a saving
What
us.
could be a 100-turn battle turned, god damn it, into a 68 battle. So we're moving on to the next match of the last of the top 16 before we move on to the quarterfinals. That's right, RF, you're taking the wrong break. Okay, here we have the next match, which is me, Wheatskits, against Austin. Now, Austin here has quite an interesting, albeit classical team. We have the Intimidate Gyarados there. We have another Breloom, which in this case, hopefully is offensive technician instead of the Stall Poison Heal, like we all know. And we also have a what could be a Swagger Klefkis, Garchomp, Yodelehihu Pikachu, and here we go, which is a Fortress coming in, which we believe will be the lead out there in this case. So let's move on to the match, shall we?
Cliff here leads with his Swagneton here, Eviolite Magneton there.
It's called Swagneton. Now here's the play I make with Swagneton, because usually most people predict me to lead with Mamoswine instead, but instead I go with Swagneton to surprise the steel types. Now here we go with the Hidden Power Fire, which could have one hit KO it if it would not was for sturdy, but I don't really care anyways.
But it does allow the Fortress to set up one Stealth Rocks. Of course, you can only set up one Stealth Rocks. But Cliff picks it off with the Thunderbolt. And Fortress is almost always a lead at this point. Oh, but now he Cliff with his Magnet Pull, Eviolite Magneton.
He's Swagneton because he has Magnet Pull because he attracts all the metal chicks out there.
And trapping this Klefki in, and basically he's managed to trap in two of the opponent's bulky steel types, which would probably give the rest of his team a bit of trouble. Probably if it wasn't a wise decision by Austin to switch in his Klefki. The Klefki goes for the Protect here.
You can't beat the swag, people. You can't beat the swag.
Yep, and that's some banter from Cliff viewing his own team here. Klefki goes down, to which sends in his Gyarados, and I'm really not sure here because this is just clearly this is not very good matchup. But oh, it's a Mega Gyarados here, so I guess
Tank a Thunderbolt from Magneton.
with losing its flying type and the increased special defense it gets from Mega Evolution, it probably doesn't fear the Thunderbolt and sets up Dragon Dance here, knowing it can survive the Thunderbolt and probably outspeed and kill next turn.
Now, as you can see, most Dragonette sets are the more bulky variants because they work better than a full offensive. Because when you set up a Dragonette, you can live an attack from it. Now here we go. Swagneton finally uses its YOLO abilities to die to an Earthquake. So we send out my MVP, Wawasan Doplo, which actually is not really that good, but you know, since I'm a physical wall and this guy might not have crunch, so I just come in, tank in that Earthquake and just scout back for the burn, hopefully.
And it's the fact that Gyarados gets skulled this with the introduction of Auras. Gyarados finally gets a good dark type stab to use with its Mega Evolution in Crunch. Skull there manages to burn Mega Gyarados.
Well, hello there, mates. Here we go back from the land down under. Here we go. Wow, Sun Doppler hit. Okay, screw the accents, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't try too hard, but yes, Wawasan Doplo easily slacks off the damage it took from this now burning Mega Gyarados, who goes down. Austin already down by 3 Pokemon, 2 Steel types and 1 Mega Evolution down thanks to Cliff's setup. And now Austin going with a Spore on his Breloom, sleeping the much slower Slowbro.
So somebody here is asking for the Indian accents. I give it to you right now. Right now the Breloom. Oh my god, it's another Stall Loom. Coming in with the Poison Heal right now. Seed Bombing because yes, it does not have Bullet Seed as its egg move.
You're bringing this on yourself, Cliff. Okay, if it's in demand, then well, Cliff gave it, but yeah. So we saw that Breloom went down to that Psyshock from this normal Slowbro here. Now Austin down to 2 Pokemon, which is basically his only left with his Pikachu and whatever last Pokemon he would have. So Cliff chooses to send his own Pikachu to face down this other Pikachu. Oh, and a good move there as Lightning Rod picks up the Wild Charge that would normally at least dent something on Cliff's team. Responds with an Icicle Crash. Let's see if it flinches. Oh no, it didn't need a flinch. Picks up the KO on the opponent's Pikachu.
People are asking me for accents. Easy throwing salt just because he lost to me in the semi-finals, but it doesn't matter right now. So Garchomp going down there to an Icicle Crash because yes, I believe it was an Adamant set. That's why he died right then instead of going for the classical Jolly.
So normally Pikachu with 90 base speed would be undersped by Garchomp, who sits at 102 base speed. And that was Cliff versus Austin.
Is this the last match?
So from now onwards, we're going to show all the matches of round 3 onwards, which is basically 4 matches in the quarterfinals, and we have a best of 3 starting from the semi-finals.
Starting from the semi-finals, it's a best of 3. So we're gonna go through all of these matches, and well.
No, let's do it.
Okay, and it's a special tribute to our dear friend AZ. We're gonna be playing your match against Khairul Nazrin. Against your good friend Khairul Nazrin, and yeah, this one's for you, Arif. You've been very noisy in the chat, so we're gonna notice you now. Neko Senpai has noticed AZ.
Alright, here we go, the preview of the teams right now. We have AEZ going with his classical Clefable, Caesar, Choo-Choo Bell, Garchomp. I like the term classical. And we have his Assault Vest Rotom, which we have seen through the comments, which he has meticulously posted and written on. Why didn't you put caps lock, man? And his Mega Slowbro, which is overhyped. Now, here we go in a cleanse, which we know as Khairul Zenji. He comes in with his Lucario, which could be a Mega, because both variants are usable. Noivern, another Kawaii Pikachu, Sylveon for a difference, Mamoswine, and what could also be a Mega Sableye, but in this case might not be. So let's move on to the match, shall we?
Yes, and I do believe that Khairul has professed that Mega Lucario is one of his more favorite and possibly even signature Mega Pokemon.
This shows how much he likes furries.
Well, now Khairul leading with Sableye against the Clefairy, and switches out, fearing that the Fairy Stab from Clefairy with well. Okay, so Clefairy went for the safe option in Moonblast, which which managed to reduce Pinkie Pie's HP by 1. Pinkie, guys, you're disrupting my
And he actually let go. He was running, he let go.
They're bullying me. Yes, and what happened was that Clefairy Moonblasted Sylveon, reduced its special attack by 1 stage, and managed to set up 1 layer of Stealth Rocks, while Pinkie Pie set up a Wish.
It's a battle of ponies who are not ponies.
Yep.
But here we go, he goes into his Zirconis, trying to scare out that Sylveon, which he definitely does. And he comes out with Cyan, which is his Mega Lucario. I wonder whether it could tank in this Choice Banded Bullet Punch. Oh, but it's... No, wait, it's not. It's just a wish. I thought it was leftovers. But here we go, Mega Lucario coming in, which could deal a lot of damage coming from that side. But let's see. Aura Sphere coming. Hitting Adaptability Aura Sphere. Hits hard. See, you could see how much damage it does. But here you go with the superpower. Definitely gonna one hit KO.
Yep, Sizzle's high base attack coupled with the new tutor moves came back and gave Sizzle superpower, which allows to break most of its checks, including Ferrothorn. Wow, shiny Noivern here, switching into Choice Banded Sizzle. Probably not the best option, but yes, that's true. But it still has. Oh yeah, it's Choice Banded. Yes. So
Expecting the flamethrower coming in from mid, putting in that,
yep, using his
assault vest, but it gets the burn, which is quite surprising on that side. Not that it matters much, but the passive damage is really good anyways. So he goes back with mid, afraid of what could be a Volt Switch or a Discharge coming, as we know. And let's see if it absorbs one. Oh, going with the hidden power, but what hidden power is this? Is it ice or fire?
It would normally be ice or fire. The hidden power probably could have, most likely could have been ice, but there's possibility it would be grass or fire. But in any case, this idle cosplay Pikachu with draining kiss, slowly pecking away at Rotomosh's health. Rotomosh responds with a Hydro Pump, knocking... Oh, this is a bulky Pikachu if I'm not mistaken.
Going with the Grass Hunt, and as we know, Rotom is a ghost. It's not heavy at all. How much damage did that do? Oh look, it's the burn that did the damage.
Switching out the cosplay Pikachu, Naklin sends in his Pinkie Pie again. Pinkie Pie threatening the opposition with Pixelate Hyper Voice and tanking this Hydro Pump quite well due to its high special defense, 130 base special defense, and leftovers, keeping it alive in the green. Burn slowly chipping away at Rotomosh here. Rotomosh chooses to pivot out and at least come back later as death fodder for AZ's team. Now AZ sends it back in his Scizor. Choice Banded Scizor here threatens with +1 Bullet Punch, but at the same time, Pixelate Hyper Voice from Sylveon, not to be underestimated, almost picks up the kill, but Scizor lives thanks to its resistance and decent bulk. Well, I mean decent special defense. Troll comes back in. Stealth Fox chipping a bit of his damage, but Scizor manages to land 1+1 Bullet Punch.
Oh dear. It could have gotten a 2-hit KO on the next turn, but with this Citrus Berry, can it get in? We believe that Zircon is going to switch out, which he does, meaning that the Troll is ready to do whatever he wants to do. But here we go, Smart Switch to a full HP. Fluttershy gets confused by it. Let's hope the Hex is against RF.
Yep, and it's a pretty good decision there. Instead of Will-O-Wisp, in case that Sableye was a Magic Guard variant, at least confused a bit that Clefable was a Magic Guard variant. So instead of taking no passive damage from burn, it couldn't at least hit itself, which it does, giving Knucklins a safe switch with his Pinkie Pie.
Here we go again, another battle attrition of pink ponies. They are not ponies, but they're Pokemon. Both start with a P and O. Here you go, Fluttershy is always confused, like as he is in the cartoon as well. Yes, people, it's a cartoon.
Sylveon setting up another wish and probably protecting the next turn, or just choosing to straight out tank any special attacks from Clefable and heal back all of that HP. Wish plus leftovers, giving Sylveon a lot of durability, but still AZ packs his Choice Banded Scizor here, still a big threat to Knucklin's team. +1 bullet punch is always scary.
But that heal on that Pinkie Pie is really a benefit to Knuckles' team right now, because this guy might be an MVP in this as long as it gets rid of that Scizor. Right now it's not that hard, considering that if you could get one Will-O-Wisp on it, or you could just hit it in any ways, it could be good.
Oh, but the bullet punch, the bullet punch plus Stealth Rocks manages to nearly tick off Sableye's health, and the follow-up bullet punch manages to pick off the Sableye. But now Mint switching in, health being reduced by Stealth Rocks.
Still pulls off the KO. That's the power of a Choice Blend Technician Stab Bullet Punch, ladies and gentlemen. Now, as we know, why did he choose Scizor? Because it's puke green, just like his Jolteon, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, and another +1 bullet punch from Scizor with Stealth Rocks. Stealth Rocks breaking any potential focus sash that Mammal could have. Bell Pikachu with hardly any health left, even with the resist. Yep, and Knuckles chooses to forfeit this match. Gonna try for HP 5. No, it's all on this one. At this point, we're only relying on this. For those of you who don't know, folks, CFHQ is a really comfortable place. A lot of beanbags, and there's a giant shark plushie here, which I am holding. It's adorable.
So here we go in the next quarterfinals match between me, Wheatskits, and Azri. Right now, as he seemed that he carries an Aggron, I don't see that it should be me that starting a hit with Magneton instead, because I can't kill it anyways, and he can kill me back with that Earthquake. So let's move on to the match, shall we? Let's see what goes on. Stop playing with the shark, Umar. Sableye going with the Will-O-Wisp, and I dodged that like the boss I am. So you know that Sableye could be walking on thin ice. Ice, baby. You never mind. I go switching into my Swagnathon just to eat up that Will-O-Wisp, which will do basically nothing to me. So he goes with the taunt, thinking that I might Thunder Wave or something, which of course I don't. I'm carrying a full offensive set on this. Flash Cannon, Volt Switch, Thunderbolt, and Hidden Power Fire.
Now Azri choosing to withdraw his Sableye here, not wanting to be 2HK'd by the Rotom. Switches out to his Aggron, who still takes neutral damage from any flash cannons, but Akhlif chooses to pivot out using Volt Switch.
Doing a respectable 50% on that Aggron. This shows how much special defense that Aggron needs. So I go into my Croissant, getting that Intimidate boost on it. Yeah, it's Le Croissant. Just because it's French. Hon. So here I go with my one, and he also Mega Evolves, which in this case it happens in only 5 turns, ladies and gentlemen, rather than the 58 turns before. I go in for an Earthquake to deal physical damage, hoping to pick up that KO, which of course I don't. He's gonna go in Thunder Wave, which of course cripples my Mega Elements. Sorry, Croissant, you're not as fast as you used to be baked.
Yep, but that is a crucial move as it allows Mega Aggron to outspeed the next turn. Akhlif going for the Hyper Voice here just to deal some special attack on Mega Aggron's lower special defense. Okay, I'm in control.
So you have a Melodic here, which might have gotten the competitive boost if it was competitive, but I have Mega Evolved already, so it doesn't matter. Going back into Swagnathon, getting hit by those cold ice beam, doing nothing except for maybe getting burnt a bit. So this should scare it out, but it doesn't. It goes instead for the Skull, hoping to pick up more damage, which does not. I go in for another Volt Switch, and it does quite a lot of damage right there, around 75%, activating its weakness policy, which does show that this is a competitive set, because only competitive sets carry weakness policies.
And yes, if it did get its competitive boost plus weakness policy, that would be a very scary situation, but thankfully it doesn't. Ucliffe switching in his Choice Banded Sock here, but Azri makes the
It's a safe play into going into that one. I go into close combat, hoping to get a kill on something that's my safest move, but forgetting that Sableye was still on field at that time. So I have to switch out due to I'm choiced, and he can basically do whatever shit he wants.
Yep, but in most cases, if you do see a Pokemon with the immunity on the opponent's team, it's best to use a move, coverage or something that can at least do neutral damage onto it, just as a safe option. Sableye here manages to recover using the switch that Ucliffe provided.
But here we go, Hyper Voice is going to deal a whole lot of damage, picking up that KO there, because yes, this is, even though it's a naive nature, I went full special attack. Even with a full special attack event, its attack stat is still higher.
That is true. 145 base attack on Mega Salamence and 120 base special attack on it as well. Ucliffe switching in his low HP Eviolite Magneton, who probably lives this with just a sliver of health.
But the burn kills me
Yep.
anyways. So this is why, ladies and gentlemen, you don't carry a swag around because you might get burned. By side. So I go back in with Chuck Norris, knowing that the Sableye is dead. I can basically I can just I can do whatever I want. I can close combat anything that comes in, which is definitely gonna get KO'd by a Choice Banded stat 125 base attack.
Yep, that's true. And Stealth Rocks removing any sashes that Pikachu might have had. Pikachu goes all the way down, Death Fodder as it is. But now Ucliffe is facing a much faster threat in Holuka. Holuka.
So here's the funny thing right now. We all know that this is a power herb sky attack. Here we go. He's going to be cloaked in harsh light. He's going to head to the sky, activating his power herb. And here we go. He's going to hit me. Oh, he does not. Wawasan Doplo being just like Malaysian politics. You can never really get it. But Acrobatics trying to deal damage at it. I go for the future side.
Everything's gonna be shut down now. That's it. It's over.
Command me. Going in for that Acrobatics damage, but I just slack off because I know that future sight is gonna hit in later.
Yep, and that 120 BP future sight is something very scary. So Azri does the smart moves and switches out Holuka to Delphox, who can easily tank this. Yep, and Delphox taking barely anything from that future sight. Good switch by Azri, forcing out the Slowbro. Potentially, I do believe that Delphox can carry Grass Knot, and it does. But Ucliffe wisely switches in his very light Pikachu in, nuzzling the base 105 or base 104, I believe, Delphox. Now that Pikachu outspeeds, it tries to chip off some of its HP with Thunderbolt, but still.
This is a naive nature Pikachu going with mixed spread in attack and special attack, but max speed. So now that I can go into my Ice Baby, that the shard has not been broken, I can basically hit anything without being practically afraid.
The sash.
Yeah, the sash is not broken, so yeah. Sorry, it's a sash, so I can hit the shard. There you go. Holucha is gonna come in with what might, if I'm not mistaken, a Brick Break. I don't need to. Yeah. So here we go, Ice Cold Spear, which will deal a number on. He got one critical hit. Here's the other thing. It's another critical hit. So I am sorry to this guy who went against me. He had so much hacks against me. He missed Sky Attack. He got 2 consecutive critical hits on that Icicle Spear. I am really sorry for him, but I mean, this is all thanks to Arceus and his RNGesus.
Well, yep, I started picking off that weakened Milotic, switching into a Stealth Rock. There goes Azri. But good game between them both. Some good decisions on both sides. Moving on to our next match in the quarterfinals will be Brian Lee or Ruby versus Chan Yi-man. Not sure about Faker, but I do know that Holucha has Quick Guard, so that is something in doubles. Okay, this will be Brian Lee or Ruby against Chan Yi-man or Rokuro, and Rokuro here is carrying a very interesting team: Flygon, Espeon, which I presumably is Magic Bounce, Charizard, Crobat,
Lopunny, and another Kawaii Pikachu. Now, I expect the Mega to be Flygon, but of course that doesn't exist. Only in your dreams, maybe?
Oh boy, but most likely I would say that it is Charizard, but then again Lopunny is there. So those two are definitely two Pokemon that you'd probably not see without Mega most of the time.
Let's move on to the battle, shall we?
Yep, and... yeah.
Ruby sends out his... Oh my god, it's a cosplayer by Rokuro. But no, it's just a Pikachu. Yes, we've seen many cosplayers cosplaying Pikachu in CF, but this is the first one in-game, ladies and gentlemen. Hitting it with the Ice Beam for that one-hit KO from that shiny Life Orb Greninja. And... okay, can some weeb give me the meaning of this name? I don't know what it is. RF, quickly.
Might be, I don't know, the Japanese translation of Magic Bounce maybe, but it is sashed, meaning... but of this, Espeon does carry Dazzling Gleam, and with a crit it
would kill it without the crit.
I'm pretty sure that is true. But it did a number, removing Greninja, one of the most a big offensive threat on Brian Lee's team. But Azumarill with Aquajet picks off that already sashed Psyche Kusuo and it goes down. Hang on, let me pronounce it properly. Psyche Kusuo. Maximilian.
It's Maximilian desu.
Maximilian wo Thunder Punch.
Aqua Jetto from the Azumarill.
Okay, I'm not gonna do that anymore. 2-hit KO'd by that by Azumarill's, the Choice Bandit Azumarill's Aquajet.
Oh, it's Purple Batman. It's gonna get you hard. And oh my god, it's a crop block.
Okay, dude, this is the quarterfinals. We should be a bit serious. But Brian Lee switches in his Croc Lock, who tanks the Cross Poison with 1 Intimidate and the Resist against Poison. Purple Batman here with 130 base speed and outspeeds this defensive Croc Rock. Switches out with a super effective U-turn, at least doing some damage, and it's a crit as well.
Godzilla, who oddly has wings. I mean, he could David King Ghidorah for God's sakes, but that's only for Hydreigon.
Run! It's Godzilla!
Godzilla.
But the defensive Crocodile now switches out, now that it's set up Stealth Rocks, but at least Charizard switched in when Stealth Rocks wasn't up. And I think maybe this isn't a Mega Charizard, because it goes for the Flare Blitz here without Mega Evolving. Either that or he forgot to press.
Let's assume that because he's Godzilla, he couldn't see the Mega Stone or the button for Mega Evolving.
Yep, and Godzilla here gets the Nuzzle.
So this could be a Mega Charizard X, but he refuses to evolve, like, cause maybe he's Ash's Charizard.
Maybe, or either he just chose to go for a non-Mega Charizard here. But it does seem it is carrying a Mega Charizard X's set. Gets revenge killed by the Aquajet Choice Band Azumarill here. Sends in Purple Batman again, but it's still gonna be chipped off by the Stealth Rocks, and with another Choice Banded Aquajet is probably gonna pick it off. And yes, it does.
Oh, it does not. Even with that critical hit, uses this opportunity to defog, which could be a critical play for both, for his side right there.
Critical play if it was used earlier, because now that Charizard and basically Purple Batman now is gonna die. Both flying types are already dead, so defog is probably a lot less.
We've proven that Batman does suck in this case.
Sends in his Lopunny named Jessica. Well,
I know. Which Jessica is this? That's the question.
well, sending in his Croc Block to once again his premier somewhat of a physical wall and utility.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Yeah, okay. But Jessica does Mega Evolve here. Goes for the return again.
Instead of a high jump kick, you would one hit KO it even
Would-
after a intimidate.
Yes, that is true, and without much fear here, and because it goes for the power up punch. It's a boosting set, not very effective considering Megalopunny's frailty. But the Crocodile goes for an Earthquake here, does about 60% to Lopunny here. And goes, it's power up punch plus drain punch, an interesting set here, but
It's quite
yeah.
good actually, but
In most cases, if the opponent just switched out or made a good decision, send in a priority user, it would easily be killed.
without priority, this Lopunny is a dead bunny.
Yes, that's true. For most of the new fast fighting type megas, they're quite weak to priority brave. But
Ladies and gentlemen, this shows that even though your body size is not ideal, you can still beat those skinny bitches.
Yep, and that was Ruby vs Rokuro. That was a good match by Ruby there. I think a very good. I think Brian Lee had a very good team, well thought out.
You should name Azumarill Mega Trainer next.
Yep, and we're typing in the code for the next match here. Oh boy, cup noodles.
Yeah, the best thing is my sister could feed my emote could feed for me.
Oh, it's nice of you to be doing that. But yeah, moving on, we're gonna be seeing Dean or Tanyu versus Yin here.
Good Stuff's team is next. It's like 5 good stuff and a useless Kawaii Pikachu. But let's check out Yin's team. We have the Garchomp, which is VGC 2014 Classic. We have Greninja going life form, I guess, and AG Slash, YOLO Bird, and Ferrothorn. Now, in this case, that we could see that Yin's team is more geared towards offense, whereas we know that Dean's team is geared more towards defense, and it sweeps later on with
It starts out with a defensive kind
defense and sweeps in later with Mega Salamence. Yes, but we could see that the potential Mega here could be Garchomp, but we all know that the normal Garchomp is the better variant.
Yep.
So let's move on to the battle, shall we? Depends. Like if you could win, you could really get.
No, I mean in doubles, of course, but in singles, maybe Garchomp. Anyways, Dean here is going to be leading with his Ferrothorn, and it's going to be a Ferrothorn versus Ferrothorn lead. Which one is going to set up Stealth Rocks first is the question here. So both of them using this opportunity to set up Stealth Rocks on either side.
Man, it's a battle of stealth rocks. Yeah, stealth
Okay,
rocks.
and Ferrothorn going for the Protect here. I'm not sure what he would be protecting against, because neither of them have moves that could be doing.
Seed a grass type. That's the problem. Right now.
That
I
is
think he tries to avoid.
That is true, but Dean here gets the upper hand by setting up one extra layer of spikes, which means that they're going to be taking a lot more damage on the opponent's time. On the opposing team is going to take a lot more damage every time it switches out and in. So 2 layers of spikes up, switches in his YOLO Bird to try and do some damage against Ferrothorn. Talonflame goes for the Flare Blitz here.
Hoping to hit that Ferrothorn, which he makes a smart play switching into his bot, but deals quite a lot of damage, which might show that it could be Bandit. But no, it's the Life Orb variant.
Yep, Life Orb variants are...
Takes quite a lot of damage, man.
Yeah, but Life Orb variants are a lot more popular now due to its flexibility compared to Choice Band. Yep, goes for the Brave Bird this time, trying to pick off Rotomosh here, but still not enough to hit KO it. While Rotom finishes it off with a Volt Switch and a good switch out here.
I don't condone a switch out because you have to switch in first, which still allows your opponent to give in the switch that they want. So I'd rather go for maybe a Thunderbolt and switch out on the later turn into a better counter.
But in this case, maybe he just wanted to switch out, and I think it was a good move because it gives a free. It makes sure that Rotom survives later on to be Death Fodder or something with that much health. But okay, Scarf Gurren Lagann still chooses to switch out, knowing it can't really do anything against this Garchomp here. Yep, and here Garchomp goes for the Earthquake, but
predicted that.
Yep. Bosch
was the safest move there.
Yeah, Bosch regaining a bit more health here.
Now, since it switches out, we could see that it could be a Scarf variant right there, since that it's afraid to stay in.
Yeah, but
it might not be able to do anything.
Yeah, but it does seem that there's nothing else on the opposing team that could possibly be a Mega. Oh, and we see a Pain Split from Rotomosh here.
Not that common, but still viable in this set. Especially in these switches.
Yeah, not that common due to move tutors only being reintroduced in Auras. And you might see a lot more Pain Split Rotoms in the future due to Rotom's low base HP. So now, predicting the Leech Seed from Ferrothorn, Dean switches in his Breloom, his Poison Heal substitute Breloom here. And I guess Dean uses his opportunity to set up a substitute, which he does. And unfortunately, he is somewhat walled by this Aegislash, who...
he's just gonna stand there forever.
Yeah, but the only thing he can probably do is just set up Leech Seed, because Drain Punch, it can't do anything with Drain Punch. But it does have Spore as well, so that's one thing. So all Dean can do here is probably Spore it, maybe switch out with something else that can hit it, or either whittle it down slowly with Leech Seed. And it's a leftovers Aegislash.
So somebody has to switch out, or we're going nowhere.
Yep, but if in Dean's case he does want to switch out, at least he can set up the Leech Seed first, giving any of Dean's switch in a bit of health recovery, and forcing the opponent's Aegislash to switch out should he ever wake up. And true enough, Yin chooses to withdraw his Aegislash rather than just sit there and be spored and Leech Seeded to death. Ferrothorn takes a bit of damage from 2 layers of spikes and stealth rocks, but it doesn't, with the being a grass type, it does not get slept by Spore. But this allows Dean to go for the Drain Punch, the super effective Drain Punch on Ferrothorn, pick it off.
Ladies and gentlemen, next time you should carry a Trevenant, so you will never ever be walled by this kind of Pokemon.
Yep, Trevenant would definitely just completely wall this set. And Garchomp comes in. I mean, Garchomp comes in with nothing, with Earthquake, unable to break the sash, goes for the Outrage here, doing a lot of damage, but risking confusion, and with the free space created, Breloom gets another Spore here. a very interesting take on the normally offensive technician Breloom, which normally just dies straight away due to its frailty. But with this set, it really shows that Breloom can be something quite bulky. Yep. But so long as he didn't go for the obviously he couldn't have predicted that it woke up that turn, so he goes for the drain punch. Switches out to fearing the outrage here. Switches out to Ferrothorn. And with Rocky Helmet plus Iron Barbs, it is just going to be hitting. Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is why you want Earthquake instead of Outrage or Dragon Claw for the very least.
Or even Fire Blast, or I don't know. Fire Blast is pretty good.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is why Mega Garchomp is actually viable.
Well, with the right set, it might just be substitute Fire Blast with increased special attack. But moving on, we still have this Sleepy Aegis Slash being switched in. Manages to wake up and hit with Sacred Sword here.
That's not gonna kill.
Which is not going to kill due to Ferrothorn.
Just get gone with the Shadow Ball. Would have done more damage.
Yep, that is true. With Aegis, most Aegis Slashes nowadays almost always run special or at least mixed, because it is quite vulnerable to burn. Okay, and Ferrothorn sets up a Leech Seed on Aegis Slash here, slowly sapping away at its health. Aegis Slash not being able to show off a lot of its offensive potential in this match due to being walled and slept. And goes for the Sacred Sword again, but with Intimidate and the Salamence switching in, it's not gonna be doing much. Probably being forced to King Shield the next turn, but if so, he risks just allowing the Salamence to set up a Dragon Dance. Instead goes for the switch. Let's see what he brings in. He goes for the Greninja, but if Salamence does Mega Evolve this turn and Dragon Dance, it can outspeed. It can quite clearly outspeed Greninja. Yep, there we go. We see the Mega Evolution. Is he gonna Dragon Dance? Oh yeah. Why Dragon Dance? Oh, he actually does go for the Dragon Dance. Yep, going for a good safe option here. Outspeeds Greninja due to the Dragon Dance and bops it with +1 return. With 145 special attack, air relate boost, not much can survive that. Cosplay Pikachu coming in, being chipped down by the Stealth Rocks and 2 layers of spikes. And a crit Earthquake. Crit wasn't even needed at that point, but goes down anyways. Sends out Aegis Slash now, and things are looking quite grim for Yin.
Where's the Yang?
So I do suppose that.
So now we know that Dean's tactic is just to basically chip damage, ship damage, come in, Dragon Dance, and burst through everything else.
Yep, slowly whittle down the opponent's HP until they're in KO range for his Mega Salamence, and probably finish off from there with a good sweep.
So now it's the semifinals.
Yep, and now we are done with the quarterfinals, and we'll be moving on to the semifinals and placing for the 3rd and 4th place as well. So we're gonna start. Starting now, all of the matches will be best of 3. So
Semifinals or third placing? Semifinals was it?
yeah, we'll go with semifinals first.
So let's go with the
between
the matches between Brian Lee and Tan Yu.
okay, Brian Lee and Tan Yu, folks. Both of them showing very solid teams throughout the brackets. And now with best of 3, we're going to see a lot more of them and perhaps look a bit more at their strategies here. Yep. Here you go, folks. We're going to see Dean and Dean versus Ruby, or Tan Yu versus Brian Lee here. Gonna start the match up now.
AZ's battle will be showcased later after we finish with this semifinals. But first, here we go with the lead, Bosch versus Fodder. Going for the Toxic instead on it, hoping to pick up maybe some stalling out damage. Goes for the Hydro Pump instead, but if I'm not mistaken, this is the Eviolite set, which does not pick up the kill. They're quite bulky coming from a Pikachu right there. Here we go with Nuzzle. Maybe to pick off some damage, or maybe expecting a switch right there, which of course, and it gets the lightning rod boost from that volt switch, which is a benefit for Fodder there.
Yep. I didn't not sure if Tanyu didn't know that Cosplay Pikachu had lightning rod, or he just expected it to switch out, but Cosplay Pikachu just, I think both sides were expecting them to switch because Pikachu went for the Nuzzle there. But now Rotom finally switches out to his own MVP Pika, maybe expecting another Nuzzle, but oh, here we go. Brian Lee goes with a double team on his Pikachu.
Some Hikari shenanigans right now.
Yep, and he gets off another Toxic this turn. This Pikachu at least doing something with its AWP, with the +1 evasiveness. It evades the knockoff, keeping its Eviolite, setting up another double team. Let's see how long this evasiveness loop can go. But now Tanyu goes for the Icicle Crash, which does hit, but doesn't manage to KO. I'm guessing because it's not a Life Orb variant, not a Light Ball variant. Sorry. Now Ruby's sending out his Azumarill, knowing that two of
electric attack won't come in. But
yeah.
knockoff comes in. Is this a citrus berry or a choice berry?
Yep, that it knocks off the choice band from Brian Lee's choice band Azumarill.
Now that isn't too mitigating, but it's still a very very annoying thing for Azumarill's choice band to be knocked off.
Yep, in the long run, Azumarill's gonna lose a lot of power, but it does give it some flexibility. Azumarill much slower than Breloom here, switches out fearing the Spore, switches in Fodder, which is nearly on the verge of death, so it doesn't mind taking this status. But switching this in does create a free turn for sorry, for Tanyu here to set up a substitute here, so it is going to be in his advantage despite switching in Pikachu.
So here we go, the tactic of him going in Drain Punch. It's 4 sub DC and maybe a Drain Punch now and then, but yeah, he recycles through that thing like a washing machine cycles through its phases.
I'm actually interested to see if this set could work with Power Up Punch, because with the boosts it could rack up, plus maybe Mag Punch or even just Bullet Seed, it could do quite a lot of damage.
I think you should just disregard Leech Seed.
Yep, and Greninja goes for the Gunk Shot here,
Which misses.
a lot more unreliable. Maybe he should have gone for the Ice Beam, but either ways, with that miss was crucial, as well. It's not too crucial, but it could have at least broken the sub. But now he gets sleeped by Breloom, and
I was guessing he went for the Gunk Shot because he was afraid that if he went Ice Beam and Ice Type, that Drain Punch would definitely kill him.
that is true actually, because if it went for Gunk Shot, it would resist the Drain Punch. Yeah, that is true. That's an interesting move, but the lower accuracy didn't help pay it off. But Ninja again going for the Gunk Shot will break the sub due to the super effective damage here. But Breloom doesn't mind and spores Greninja yet again.
When you're hungry as fuck, everything tastes as fuck. Okay, but here we go. The Spore again. Here, the next move will of course be a sub. Hoping to wake up and hit another Gunk Shot maybe. Oh my god, how many times is this? 38 spins, alright. It's an average.
I don't even know what time we're gonna finish up, especially one.
I think we're gonna skip one of mine. Just go in. I have no idea. Take a break also. Let's finish this match. But this is just the first match. I think starting earlier was no. We're gonna end late.
You would have liked.
But we would have missed out even more of it. Sarkin still is delicious. So here we go, another spore from there. Next one's gonna be a sub, unless it's a one-turn sleep, it's not gonna be able to do anything. And as we all know, that Leech Seed just takes up so much health from it. It's gonna die. Like, for the first time, without even damaging it using Drain Punch, Breloom's gonna take the kill from it.
Yep, and it's a very smart kind of strategy that Tanyu has here. Basically stalling, slowly whittling down the opponent's HP with Leech Seed and his Breloom. So once it's hit, once the opponent's team has just been slowly brought down, Breloom can, I mean, Salamence can come in and Salamence can come in and finish up. But here we're going to see Mega Altaria Mega Evolve here.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is why you should carry Hyper Voice, just to break those subs, ladies and gentlemen, just to break those subs.
You mean go through subs, but yeah, if I guess in singles it is quite physical Mega Altaria is a lot more common in singles, I guess, because it is pretty much outclassed by Sylveon. But yes, if it did have Hyper Voice there, it would have been a critical. It would have been a great play. But now Breloom gets away and he switches in his Scarf.
Going in for that Iron Head for sure.
But he might just go for Earthquake to be safe. But in any case, Brian Lee brings in his Croc Block, his Premier Physical Wall with Intimidate, and Bulky Crocodile is going to
wait for the safe move, dealing not that much damage, 25% healed up by that leftovers a good amount. And here we go, Grunlag is going to switch out. Basically, I think he's going to go back into his Breloom. And let's see if he makes a smart play here. Rock Slide maybe or something, I don't know. Taunt. Ooh! That is actually a really good play.
That is a good play for sure, but Crocodile can't really do anything to Breloom. As we see, he's only carrying Knockoff and Earthquake, both stabs that Breloom resist. So Breloom is going to be forced to switch here. At the same time, he brings in his Ferrothorn, fearing the Power Whip. He switches out to Azumarill. At the same time, Azumarill is weak to Power Whip as well. Goes for the double switch here to Gothitelle, probably wanting to trap and kill Ferrothorn. And yes, I do remember that this Gothitelle is carrying HP Fire. So I think this Gothitelle was created specifically to trap and eliminate Ferrothorns.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it functions just like my Swagnathon, trapping in those Ferrothorns and killing.
Yes, that is true. Gothitelle does have a lot less bulk and attack, special attack compared to Eviolite Magneton actually. But in any case, Hidden Power Fire gets the 2-hit KO. And let's see if this Gothitelle can stay alive and probably Thunder Wave. But no, he chooses to switch out, fearing that that return, just scary damage. Goes for his Croc Block, trying to lower Mega Salamance's offenses a bit more. And true enough, Mega Salamence goes to Mega Evolve this turn. Let's see if he Dragon Dances or just goes for the return. Yep, and he goes for the Dragon Dance, probably expecting Brian Lee switch in with Croc Block.
The Dragon Dance, yeah, good. So on this turn, Salamence might still get, but instead he switches out, which could still do amount of damage with return. Or maybe he goes in Sawmell and uses Taunt, which is a really good play. I don't know if he predicted it or he just played it safe so that he could stop any more sweeps from the Salamence. But here we go, once again, Sawmell seems to be in a pinch, so it switches out once more.
Yep, but those two being unable to do much to each other, Tanyu goes for the switch into his Excadrill here, and so does Brian Lee into his Mega Altaria. I think he wants to keep that Mega Altaria alive for Mega Salamence, but nope, it falls to the Iron Head, the stab Iron Head from Excadrill here. Scarfed Excadrill, mind you. So Scarfed Excadrill still up, but now Azumarill, non-choice banded Azumarill due to being knocked off just now, probably went for the waterfall, which is why well,
why he went for the flare up?
I
I think he was expecting a switch straight into that, but the next oh,
okay, I think I know what happened. He was expecting to switch into Mega Salamence, so he was expecting Tanyu to switch into Mega Salamence to take the Aqua Jet, but then Tanyu stayed in and took the play rough.
quite a gutsy move from Tanyu right there.
Yep, and now he's switching in.
Now yeah, Crop Block comes in again. I think Sommel is coming in. If he taunts it, it's still dead. Stealth Rocks instead. This might mitigate the number of switch-ins coming in from Tanyu. But here we go. If he outspeeds with a taunt, which it should, then once again Sommel has to switch out again. Oh, it switches out. If only it taunted. If only it taunted. Goes into Gothel. Drain Punch on it.
I guess Brian Lee predicted that he just wanted to get rid of that annoying bulky crocodile and probably try and survive the Drain Punch and bring in the HP Fire Gothitelle. But in any case, Crocblock still comes in and lives, will outspeed and taunt, but I think in this case Rillaboom just goes straight for the Drain Punch, dealing not enough damage thanks to the bulky crocodile and the Intimidate it got. So taunt, big move there.
Still gonna kill. 3-hit KO maybe.
Yeah, a 3-hit KO maybe, but the only thing is that Crocblock just can't do anything in return to Breloom here, so it's just gonna try knock off, not much. Toxic Orb isn't needed anymore. At this point he's probably wishing he had Ice Fang or Fire Fang on his Crocblock, but even then not very reliable. And now Crocblock goes down, 3-hit KO with a Drain Punch.
And that's the end of this game. Let's move on to the next round of this semi-final. The next game of Tanyu's versus Brian Lee's semi-final match. And after this we move on against AZ versus Sweetskit semi-final match, and we'll take a break afterwards. But first, let's continue.
Yep. Yes, thank you. Oh yes, please. Any pizza? Any?
I mean, like, I'm so hungry.
I haven't had lunch.
Eat the box for God's sake.
So this will be the second match in the best of 3 between Tanyu and Brian Lee. See what leads they go for this time. Last match, Brian Lee's Breloom managed to wall a lot of Tanyu's Breloom managed to wall a lot of Brian Lee's Pokemon. And we're gonna see a switcheroo here between a trick between Gothitelle and Rotomosh here, but it switches specs with Rotomosh, giving it a boost, but lowering
I
its.
expected a switch on that case, which might be the reason why I went choice specs on it.
Yes, and especially if it got the switch on. No, I don't think in any circumstance it would switch with Breloom. But in any case,
I think if it switched with Breloom or Salam, you can't see Salam.
yeah. So Rotomosh, not minding the choice specs it has, just goes for the Hydro Pump here.
Dealing very respectable damage.
Yeah.
Going for the superpower, I think we believe that the play rough would do much more damage in that case.
He might just not want to risk that -1. And also, in any case, maybe he was expecting the switch to Breloom.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, Ferrothorn. Wait.
Into either Ferrothorn
Or
Lager.
Excadrill.
Yeah.
Excadrill, yeah. So in any case, they both switch out. now Brian Lee bringing his Salamence, not choosing to Mega in front of a Greninja due to the lower base speed it will have, but choosing to switch into his fodder, which is his cosplay Pikachu. Ice Beam from Greninja going to do quite a bit. Yep.
Goes for the KO.
Yep, and this
Which
is a light
means
ball
that
variant.
this is a light ball.
Yep, this is indeed a light ball variant. Switches in Wally here. Yeah, I could have expected the superpower on Curve.
HP fire, please.
Yep, and
But no, it's a croc.
he's gonna switch out to his Croc Block, probably going for the taunt, but I think in any case it's still gonna manage to set up one. Oh,
No, but it goes for the gyro ball.
goes straight for the Gyro Ball, expecting the it to stay into Ice type.
So if he is smart enough, instead of going for a taunt, he might just go straight for a rock slide or a knockoff on the next Pokemon that comes in. Look, he switches in, might expecting the taunt come in. Oh, if he taunts this,
goes
would
for
be
the taunt,
really nice.
maybe.
If he goes for the knockoff,
I
yes,
think-
if he goes for the taunt.
In any case, either ways, it would have gone for the taunt because it would have taunt the Ferrothorn or taunt the Breloom.
His knockoff would be better expecting a switch because then it wouldn't get this poison
Oh,
KO
that
boost.
is very much true. And should he have went for knockoff there, it would have been a big play, removing the Toxic Orb from Breloom. And
You bet your ass we're tired.
yep, we are. Yeah, we've been here since about 6:30, setting up the stream and streaming, but it's been a blast reviewing all of these matches.
These wonderful, wonderful teams.
Yeah.
Except for maybe one with that Fable.
Yeah, that freaking unaware Fable, which we will see after this. But the Scarfed Excadrill here, going for the Iron Head, nailing that already half HP Gothitelle. What? Well, definitely not being able to one-hit KO with the two-hit KO with the Iron Head. Choosing to avoid the Earthquake, but Brian Lee makes another good play here, taunting the incoming Ferrothorn.
So we all know if you go against Tanyu, bring a taunt, a fast taunter, maybe even prankster taunt.
Yep, but let's see if Wally is packing Power Whip here. Power Whip could do Power Whip could potentially kill this Croc Block here, but unfortunately he's carrying Gyro Ball, which is not going to be doing too much to Croc Block. Despite being a fast threat, it is not EV'd for speed. Wally switching out to Mega Salamence here, knowing that it's not going to be intimidated from
Goes for
the...
the Earthquake, very nice prediction on his side right
Oh,
there.
and he's going to get a free turn to Mega Evolve here and maybe even Dragon Dance. And sure enough, Brian Lee, not wanting to sacrifice his physical wall, switches into his fodder and lets Tanyu Mega Evolve. Let's see if he sets up a Dragon Dance, and I'm pretty sure Tanyu expected that, and he's gonna set up Dragon Dance. Now sitting at +1 speed and attack, that +1 return is just going to be doing a number, and I think, yep, he went straight for the Earthquake.
He's just gonna body bag it.
Yep, that's gonna body. Everyone's going home in body bags on Brian Lee's team, but sends out his Fua here. Both Pixelate, Aerolate Dragon Dances.
I wonder whether it'll be Fua time or French kiss time.
But I do think that it can survive a +1 return if I'm not mistaken. Oh, probably not. Yeah, I was thinking the bulky variant. I'm afraid it's a +1. I do believe that bulky variants of yep, and a +1 return again, ignoring, despite intimidating and nullifying the Dragon Dance to an extent. And now with the +1 speed, it's gonna outspeed Greninja, and this sweep is just gonna keep on going. And Tanyu didn't even have to use his Breloom to slowly pick off the opponent's Pokemon.
Ladies and gentlemen, now you know why Mega Salamence is banned to Ubers.
That is true. Just look at this rampage he is on, returning every single Pokemon that is being sent in.
Like he's using return to send back the Pokemon back to its master like the losers they are.
Oh, that is some trash talk there from Arcliff Reads Kids. And that is, I believe, the whole set for... Yep, So now we know that Tanyu will be advancing to the grand finals, and next we're going to be playing the. Yep. And we're going to be playing AZ's match against just now's loser Brian Lee, and they're both. Oh wait, AZ against Ucliff Wheatskits. Yes, that is true. AZ fighting Ucliff Wheatskits, competing for the place in the grand finals for the CF 2014 Pika singles. I sure do hope food comes soon. What's an S? Yes, FU. FU. FU Ucliff. That is FU. FU L3 Ucliff. FU Ucliff. Ucliff is FU. FU. FU Ucliff. Progress now, and then like when pizza comes in, you just like stop everything. Wait, have we advertised? Have we like? Okay. Yep, and this is going to be the semi-finals. Between AZ and Ucliff Wheatskits here.
This is the second battle because the first seems to mysteriously.
Okay, yeah, and apparently that the battle code for the first round is invalid or something. So we're just going to be skipping to the second round of the battle. It's a how many sets are there? Three or two. Yep, this is a full best of 3 match here. So there's a second round between Ucliff Wheatskits and AZ, and we're gonna try and pull up the battle code from Ucliff's own 3DS here. But in the meantime, you're gonna see Ucliff and AZ leading with Sock and Clefable here. Ucliff switching out, fearing the Moonblast from Clefable, but Clefable probably predicts the switch, sets up Stealth Rocks. AZ once setting up Stealth Rocks does not want to risk getting Toxic or Nuzzled or even knocked off, so Pikachu goes for the Nuzzle here. AZ does a smart switch into Rotom Wash. Electric types now being unable to be paralyzed. So Ucliff switches into his Eviolite's Magneton, which does a good job at tanking this Hydro Pump. And normally if Arcliffe was running a Magni Zone, it would have a lot less special defense to work around and would probably be 2-hit KO'd by this Rotomosh. Arcliffe goes to pivot out, pivot out of AZ's Rotomosh into his Choice Bandit Sock, who I believe is Mole Breaker with Earthquake to counter most, which one-hit KOs most variants of Rotom. All defensive variants of Rotom. Yep. And he goes for the Earthquake here, does some good neutral damage on Slowbro here. And this is indeed a Mega Slowbro, to which Arcliffe switches in his presumably utility Pikachu here. See if he can get a Nuzzle on the Slowbro, or even a Toxic Return.
It's a light ball fast.
So Light Ball, fast, naive nature on this Pikachu, but without any bulk, it just dies to the Scald. That is true. But now Arcliffe switches in his own Mega Salamence, into Arif's Mega Slowbro here. Mega Slowbro still threatens Salamence with an Ice Beam, which still one-hit KOs without any investment. But instead goes for the Calm Mind here. I do question that move. If he just went for the Ice Beam, it would have been a one-hit KO. But instead he will lose to the Hyper Voice, hitting Slowbro's much lower special defense, even though with one Calm Mind boost still goes down. At this point, Arcliffe just keeps on the offensive pressure with Draco Meteor, Draco Meteor, you can choose either ways. But we're gonna see a Hidden Power Ice from Hidden Power Fire, actually. Yes, I do believe that Arif mentioned in the comments that he brought the wrong variant. So instead of Hidden Power Ice, he brought a Hidden Power Fire Rotomosh, which was quite a big mistake there, losing against Mega Salamence. Now Rotom goes with the Discharge. Doesn't pick up the Paralysis on this Choice Bandit Sock and dies to the Close Combat. At this point, in case AZ switched out, Close Combat would have done mostly anything, mostly the most damage to anything. So now AZ brings in his Clefable, and Magneton still lives with Elite. Is it gonna survive this? Nope. It's picked off by the not very effective Moonblast. Now Arcliffe's Mega Salamence coming in on this very bulky Clefable, and also being with its health reduced from Stealth Rocks, gets picked off by the super effective Moonblast. And I'm guessing that AZ brought this bulky Clefable specifically to counter those specifically to counter any variant of Mega Salamence. Now Arcliffe brings in his Ice Baby. Yep, Ice Baby goes for the Earthquake, but unfortunately the Stealth Rocks breaks its sash, whereas Clefable goes for Fire Blast here. Now is this a Thick Fat or Oblivious? It's an Oblivious set to avoid Taunt. Yep. Still manages to survive the Fire Blast though, and fearing the potential KO from Ice Shard, it switches out to Arif's Mega Sizzle. No, Arif Sizzle, I'm sorry. But it could have been an opportunity for Arcliffe to set up Stealth Rocks there, but instead he goes for the Icicle Spear. And Ice Shard next, just to outspeed, deal a bit more damage before it gets one hit KO'd by this Choice Band Sizzle. And there goes Ice Baby, unable to stay alive enough to deal with Zarif's Mega Salamence. Wait, what's Zarif? Yes, sorry. There was no Mega Salamence to deal with. But yep, Choice Band Sizzle going on a rampage here. with 2 down from the bullet punch. But now he's gonna run into a bit of a wall with Mega Slowbro, who resists the bullet punch, so it switches out to his Fluttershy again. Yep, going at picked off with the skull, but still conserving his strong priority bullet punch there. And Slowbro getting its HP back up with its leftovers. Coming in is Choo Choo Bell, who presumably has Toxic. Yep, his Cosplay Pikachu packs Toxic to try and break down other opponents' walls. And Slowbro here goes for the Scald. And this is indeed a bulky variant of Pikachu. Bold Eviolite variant. But Skull does manage to pick off the burn. So Pikachu's utility is going to be numbered here. Not even with if it goes for a double team. Oh, and it goes for the knockoff here. Super effective, but hardly doing any damage. But more importantly, getting rid of that leftovers. But Wallace and Diplodocus manages to set up a future sight. So anything. So now, during the next turn, once Choo Choo Bell is going to be one hit KO'd by the Scald, future sight is going to be hitting the incoming Pokemon for 120 BP. Oh wait, does it? Oh wait. Ah, okay, yeah. So future sight is somewhat wasted this turn. Slowbro looking low on Slowbro's health. Slowbro looking slow on health here. Chooses to stay in and tank this outrage and go for the Scald, hopefully burning. And in any case, if Arcliffe wants to conserve it.
Oh wait, it does.
Oh wait, it does. Okay, so
this is the function of future sight, really, ladies and gentlemen, on how you make either force switches or you punish the future switches that come in. Even though I am dead or I can't do much damage, this is what happens. But yes, in this match I lost, and this is the second match, ladies and gentlemen. So now that I've gotten the code for the first match, let's move on to the proper first match.
Yep. Okay, and we've inputted the code for the first match, and this is the actual first match that happened between AEZ and Wheats Kids here.
So a few funny things came into this matchup, because this is what happens when AEZ does not expect a team like mine to be against him. So let's go on. First turn. Now, as you can see, I go in first with my Swagnathon, faking my Mamoswine lead right now. He goes out with his Fluttershy, giving me quite the advantage here. At this time, I went straight with a Flash Cannon trying to deal as much damage as possible, which picks up a critical hit. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. And after this turn, you could see a slow destruction of AEZ's team. He goes into making the mistake of going straight into Zirconis, thinking he can outspeed me. But ladies and gentlemen, Caesar is base 60, I am base 70, Magneton. Hidden Power Fire, getting the one-hit KO on that. So this is why you do not simply switch in Steel types into a Swagnathon, ladies and gentlemen. Not just any Magneton. Going in with his Sin, obviously we expect his Earthquake, so we switch out straight into Wowson Doppler. This is how I tanked most of his attacks in the first place. Getting about 25%, healed up a bit by leftovers. He'll be scared away by a Scald in this turn. So wait, instead I went for a future sight, predicting a switch into whatever he went in. Basically, future sight I usually use it when either I am in a safe position or when I expect a switch.
Yep, and you'll see later on this is how Arcliffe handles a lot of Rotomoshes that would normally put a lot of offensive pressure on his Slowbro, but manages to trap and kill quite a few. Now Cosplay Pikachu going for the Icicle Crash just to chip off some damage and maybe pick up.
Expected the Garchomp to come in.
Okay, that would make sense. but instead he gets Cosplay Pikachu gets bopped by a critical hit Hydro Pump, while the Rotomosh takes the future side.
Deal with it, RF. I thought you were 16 years old. So here come. Now this is the thing. Most people don't know what my Chuck Norris is going. The name Chuck Norris is basically I'm saying no to abilities like Levitate or even Shell Armor, so I can just get that critical hit with that Earthquake or just whatever I want to. He goes out with Makara. This means that he gives me a safe switch into the next Pokemon, which is my Swagnathon. Yes. Now he makes the mistake once again, thinking that he can tank a Thunderbolt by Calm Minding, but he forgot that I am faster, maybe. Well, we can see that in this match, a lot of mistakes were made from AEZ, and while he did redeem himself in the last match, which was actually the second match, you can see that first impressions do actually last. And yes, you can see he has Calm Minded already. Thinking that he can outspeed me, or who knows, it might be a Beyblade pole, you know. And we've defeated the hype with some swag. But nonetheless, what I believe could be his most dangerous Pokemon here comes in trying to Earthquake me or Dragon Claw, I guess. But I go in simply with the Intimidate to basically get some shenanigans up. And here you go, Earthquake. Now it's basically stuck there.
It would have been a much more safe option. They've just gone Dragon Claw there, but because Magneton couldn't have done anything in return as well. But both sides now switching out to the AZ switching out to his Cosplay Pikachu, Arclip switching out to his Regenerator Slowbro. Slowbro gets slapped by the knockoff, removing its leftovers. Bit of recovery gone, but it still has Regenerator to rely on. But Cosplay Pikachu coming out with Toxic again. Cosplay Pikachu mostly seeing a lot of utility sets being used in this competition.
I decided to screw it and just scald him in this case, and I could, if I'm not mistaken, I did slack off on this turn just so that Future Sight could get another turn to hit him.
That cute little thing just drain and kisses everything.
We've just received information that AEZ does not have Dragon Claw on his Garchomp, which is very, very, very...
Yeah, I'm sorry. Just now we clearly we saw him earlier using Outrage in previous matches, so yeah, that's true.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen, the function of Future Sight. I pick off, even though I don't get the KO using Scald or Psyshock on that first hit, the Future Sight comes in with 120 base power and just, well, deals with the rest.
Now this is where I would argue, why did you pick Psyshock over potentially Ice Beam on this Slowbro set? Because it would have really managed to pick off a lot of threats.
I kinda regret that as well, but I believe that Psyshock was better to get that instant damage on Pokemon.
I see. Well, in any case, the 2-hit KO from Outrage with that one last crit manages to pick off Wawas and Doplo. But now Garchomp is confused, and in comes Mamoswine, but I believe no Stealth Rocks were set up just yet, so Ice Shard is gonna pick up the tail here.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, that's why you should never walk on thin ice. Ice, baby. So there we have it. That was the first match that was played, not in its particular order, but here we go to the last match. As we see, there's a 1-1 ratio right now of me against AEZ, so the last match should be interesting. Keyword is should. F-U-U-N. So here we go, the last match of Wheatskirts versus AEZ, trying to determine who will come out in the finals and obviously who will come out fourth later on. So let's move on to the match. So here you go, AEZ with his fake lolly avatar. Coming in with his Fluttershy. I decided to go ahead with Mamoswine instead, because last time looking at his damage from that Fire Blast, it couldn't one hit KO me. So even if it did, I would still had Focus Sash up in front. Ooh, it was a critical hit, but it didn't matter, ladies and gentlemen. It did not matter.
Yep, and Fluttershy being hit by that. How many times Icicle Spear hit? Okay. Well, switching back into his Rotom here is going to tank this Icicle Spear, taking hardly any damage from this 3-hit Icicle Spear, but using this opportunity to set up Stealth Rocks, since it does, I believe this does outspeed.
So finally AEZ manages to find a use for his Hidden Power Fire. Finally, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
Super effective 1 damage.
Yep, super effective 1 damage, very important right there.
So I go into Chuck Norris knowing that I've already chip damaged him and he is afraid of that Earthquake, but instead I make the very smart play into my smart, not really. I just switch it into my my Pikachu, expecting the Mega Slowbro to be switched in. This is quite a risky play on my side, but I just went and just told him to deal with it. So he switches in, going in with Voltanis back to his Rotom, and I decided just to Grass Knot for some damage. I don't know what kind of damage. But here you go, I went Thunderbolt instead onto his Assault Vest, and when dealing not that much damage, he's gonna Hydro Pump me, which could kill me.
Hey, it's an Assault Vest Rotom?
It's an Assault Vest, Bold Assault Vest Rotom. But this also gives me a free switch back into my Chuck Norris. Whatever comes in is just gonna get the hurt, and he decides just to stay because nothing else could practically take another Earthquake, and that picks up the KO on him, ladies and gentlemen. Going into his Mega Slowbro. Is there even any ladies here? And I paraphrase AEZ Sky. But I instead go into my finally making appearance, my Swagnathon. He is going into his Carmine Mega Slowbro, I think. But there you go, instead he goes for Scald instead, trying to pick off some damage off my Magneton. It was a respectable amount. I just went to go ahead and just Thunderbolt him, knowing that I could pick up the KO from this range. But there we go. Right now, we're stuck with his Choice Scarf, Garchomp, as well as his as well as his Chuchubel. Oh, I didn't realize, because Death Order is never meant to be remembered. But then again, at the back, I still remember that he had his Clefable up, which was quite fearsome in my opinion, due to the fact that it could potentially hit my Pokemon.
We're getting distracted.
Sorry, there's a really big and sturdy sword here.
Run that by me again,
Sorry, it was a nerf. At least it wasn't your. Okay, done. And once again, that Chuchubel showing its bulk by not getting KO'd by my Wawasan Duplo, managing to hit a Toxic off me, doesn't really matter, and I KO him with another Scald. Okay, back into his Zirconis, which is also one of his much more utility and scary Pokemon. He's gonna go into a U-turn like all bandit, all bandit Scizors go into, dealing quite an amount of damage. Doesn't manage to kill me. I think the Toxic should finish me off next.
So at least you get to set up something.
I pull off the Skull. There's no need for Future Sight with that Scizor still in field. I did not pull off Future Sight because that Scizor was still in field. I pull out, get the extra passive damage on it. I think it's Magic Guard, shouldn't do shit on it. It's Magic Guard, yes. So here, the Toxic kills me off. Gives me the ability to freely switch in to whatever I bring next, and I decided to go for Swagnathon. just for the extra damage. He decides to withdraw, goes into his fearing a thunderbolt, and
Yeah, it was wearing hidden power fire or either flash cannon. So that's
so I went for flash cannon instead, just for the safe play, getting a very nice 60% on that choice scarfed Garchomp. Now here he goes with I think it should be another earthquake. Nerfquake. But instead he makes a smart play and goes for the rock slide instead. Does this KO me? The answer is definitely no. So he switches out because he knows that if when I Mega Evolve, I can tank it even better. So I decided to use this opportunity to just hyper voice that Fluttershy. That's why you tell the ponies to run away.
Don't you watch like one episode of Fluttershy goes in like completely screwed.
But this is where the bulk is real, ladies and gentlemen. Fluttershy actually lives with that. And I was quite frustrated, then I remembered, oh, I just got hyper voice, so yeah. So now he goes into his choice scarves in wanting to go for either an outrage or rock slide. But in this case, no matter what I did, even with the rock slide, I decided to just tank it with my croissant, living it, ladies and gentlemen. But I do get the flinch. But now that he is locked into rock slide, I am just safely gonna go into my Chuck Norris, dealing the hurt on whatever's gonna come in next. Definitely gonna switch out due to the rock slide not doing anything, and I avoid that, which is a bonus for me. So he goes with his Zirconius full HP. Okay, maybe not full HP. Yeah, and here we go. Now this is what Chuck Norris is for. He basically just comes up to you and like drags you out of your metallic skeleton.
Cool.
Dropping the special D on that. But here we go, the choice scarf thing. If I'm not mistaken, I just went straight because I had a combo of Magneton and my Mega Salamence, so I just switched into whatever he came in because whatever he used next can be tanked by the other Pokemon. So if he decides to go for Outrage on this turn, I tank it with my Magneton on the next turn. So this is where the plays really do matter. Here goes Magneton, he goes for an Outrage on this. And ladies and gentlemen, that was a critical hit. It seems to me that RF seems to crit when it doesn't matter anymore. And here we go, his Sin dies with RF. So at least we know who's going to hell. But here we go, now that we finally finished the semifinals, we're gonna take a not so short break and we're gonna go straight for the third place and the finals. Because the finals is gonna be long. Take this time to eat dinner, eat lunch, or eat breakfast, wherever time zone you are in the world. That includes you, RF. Thank you very much. Back, ladies and gentlemen, after a very satisfying round of 2 pizzas, not 1.
Yep, and I finally regained a bit of strength to resume commentating alongside with Aklif. So,
Let's move on to the 3rd placing. I mean the 4th placing.
okay, the 4th placing match between Arif and who's that? Brian Lee, is it? Yep, Arif and Brian Lee. That is AZ and Ruby.
Oh god, that was big.
I know, right? So we are now inputting the codes for the match. M55G. No, that's what makes your your blood pressure high. It's none of those things.
Alright, here we go. Easy. We go for the teams.
Okay, so we're gonna go straight into it.
Alright, here we go. AEZ coming in. Oh, instead Ruby sending his Azumarill first, since we don't know what AEZ sends out. Shiny Yellow Bunny coming in. Making a good lead prediction, maybe, with his own. Most likely predicting a switch there with a Hydro Pump. Hoping that Rotom, but instead this Azumarill just decides to stay in because I think it can tank one Thunderbolt from a non-invested Rotom.
Yes, sir.
You're better off actually with this like Waterfall Aqua Jet.
Yep, and after knocking off that Rotom's Assault Vest, sorry, the Azumarill switches out, and Brian Lee switches into his bulky Crocodile here, sets up Stealth Rock, but now Pikachu, AZ's cosplay Pikachu, stacking on some Toxic, lowering this Brian's physical walls potential a bit. Knockoff removing that Eviolite, a crucial reducing Pikachu's bulk by quite a bit. After setting up Stealth Rocks and being knocked off, Crocblock chooses to switch out, and Brian Lee brings in his own cosplay Pikachu, to which AZ responds with his now un-assault vested Rotomosh. Pikachu's on both sides carrying Toxic, but not sure what this set is bringing. I believe it might also be an Eviolite here. Tanks that Hydro Pump quite well. Now Brian Lee brings out his fodder and brings in his...
Brings out, brings in. Isn't that just the same thing?
Well, yep, but no, same difference.
Alright, 4-4 coming in with that bulk. It's not even Mega Evolved yet. Here we go, Mega Evolution. We're expecting a Dragon Dance from here. If it does. If not, it might just go for a return. No, but it goes for the Dragon Dance instead.
Yep, and now that we know AZ, now that AZ's Rotom, we know that it's an Assault Vest variant, so it won't be carrying any Will-O-Wisp to try and dampen force damage. But it goes to
Toxic is really racking up on it, as you can see.
yeah, he just goes to the discharge there, trying to grab the paralysis maybe, but it gets bopped by the return. +1 speed, +1 attack, Mega Altaria. But AZ comes in with his Choice Bandit.
Puke Green Scizor. Getting some burrito punches on him.
Yep, forces out that Mega Altaria and making forcing in Brian Lee's Pikachu.
As you can see, the bulk from that fodder really coming in right now, resisting that. But of course, after this, it just gets another bullet punch straight to the face.
Yep.
You're the lehi who, you're dead hoo.
I don't know what Aklif is going for there. Yep. You're drained for sure. But that choice
Oh my
band.
god, just hidden power fire coming in right now, just like the Swagnathon. I like this guy.
Yep.
Or girl, whatever it is. Is that Gopta, the male?
Yep. That was a choice specs Gothitelle HP fire. Definitely took out that Scizor there, but now it's got to switch out because clearly it doesn't want to. It can't do anything to this Garchomp here. Bringing in Croc Block to stack on the Intimidate and tank any potential moves that come in.
This is the problem with Scarf Garchomp. You're very, very vulnerable to intimidates, things that survive your hits, and generally the whole metagame.
Well, yeah, that might be a bit more loaded. Yep. But to this, AZ switches in his Fluttershy, who doesn't fear the damage from knockoff, but still removing its leftovers. But threatens this Croc Block with Moonblast. Maybe, choose just to stay in. Maybe expecting the Stealth Rocks there. And true up. Nope. AZ went.
AZ went straight for the jugular or the croc. This time, going straight for the Moonblast, hitting him straight in the crocs. But here we go. Greninja comes back in, giving that immense pressure with Gunk Shot. Let's see what he has in store at the back. Going in instead is Makara. Gonna get quite an amount of damage from this Gunk Shot. And turns it to poison type, getting that pseudo stab. Here you got Trash Can fly straight at him. Yeah. He's throwing trash at Arif.
Literal trash talk.
I mean like, yeah, that's like literal trash talk. Okay, nonetheless, here we go. The overhyped Mega Slowbro coming in. Dark Pulse is gonna KO it for sure. I'm sorry, Mega Slowbro, you're too overhyped.
And true enough, without any Carmine boosts, Mega Slowbro goes down to the life of Greninja. Yep. And AZ comes in with his own cosplay Pikachu, going to also become fodder.
Trying to tank in that Dark Pulse. Let's see how much it can. I'm sorry, the bulk doesn't work this time. You know when you like, when it's like the month of Ramadan and like you ate so much during.
Not even that.
Yeah,
It's just that you eat a lot.
No, I mean like it's usually like the most thing during Ramadan. Okay, but it scares away that into a Gothitelle. Maybe for fodder to scout out what move is gonna go. Goes for the Earthquake instead.
But Brian D's Pokemon just falling one by one.
But in this case, it seems that Arif might take the win. But here we go, Azumarill coming back in, threatening it with that Play Rough. Going in, wanna take that Earthquake. Quite good, like nicely done with Fat Bunny. Play Rough, one hit KOs it for sure. There's nothing left to be seen, nothing left to be said. See how I'm speaking too loud.
What is that? Sunny.
Okay. Now that Azumarill is locked into Play Rough, AZ brings in his own
Bunny, his own pony.
his own bunny pony thing and KOs it with Moonblast. But now Brian Lee brings in his Gunk Shot Greninja.
Yeah, which is really gonna bring the hurt onto that pony Fable. So we got Cruise Crash right at Arif. Yes, it's directed towards Arif, but there was a Clay Fable in the way. And there's the match. That's quite fast. 22 turns and move quite along. Let's move on to the next one. That was Arif's first step into his 4th place crown. Let's see his second step.
Okay.
Oh boy. That's PG. Yeah. I might say that. Wait, which direction? Sit down.
I think like you might as well just take the KTM shirt.
Kong Subang then? Maybe not.
Okay, the last match of the 4th placing between AEZ and Ruby. Let's go ahead.
But
this case, I think it was this.
Hey, no, that was yesterday.
No.
That was yesterday. That was multi. That was multi. Okay. Now AZ leading with his Fluttershy against the cosplay Pikachu, but now we know that this Fluttershy, this Clefable is a Magikarp variant, so it does not care about that Toxic. Goes straight for the Stealth Rocks here, sets up against Brian's team. So now Pikachu still staying in, taking this Moonblast. And choosing to save fodder for later. Brian Lee brings in his Gothitelle. Not sure what Gothitelle can do much against. Not sure what it can do against. Yeah, but we know that this Gothitelle is a Choice Specs variant, so I guess it just goes to the Choice Specs Psyshock here. Doesn't manage to do more than 50%, but I think that Clefable is gonna. Yep, still doesn't manage to do HKO, but now Gothitelle can't trap any of. Sorry, it can't trap AZ's Scizor that well if it doesn't manage to survive. Wow, and that Clefable living with 1 health, setting up a Wish. And if it does have Protect with that, it can get back all of its health next turn, but it doesn't, I believe. And Brian just finishes off the Psyshock on it. A critical hit Psyshock, not necessary, but insult to injury. Yep.
This is. Now here we go with this Makara trying to go in, take advantage of that switch out from Gothitelle to get maybe what we think is a Calm Mind.
We know that this Pikachu, fodder Pikachu does have Toxic, so it is going to not stall him out, but definitely put a timer on this Mega Slowbro. But Mega Slowbro does manage to respawn with Scald.
He decides to go straight onto the offensive rather than Calm Mind like it has done many times. Many times they have Calm Mind, all the times they have failed.
Oh, and this Specs Gothitelle doing a huge chunk, maybe over 90% on Mega Slowbro here. Mega Slowbro going for a Calm Mind. Just didn't that Calm Mind didn't matter in the whole run because, well, Choice Specs Thunderbolt from fully invested Gothitelle right there. His Mega goes down. Could have probably switched to his cosplay Pikachu at that point, but only now
he realized the mistake that he had made.
And cosplay Pikachu just cleans up with a knockoff right there. So no more Choice Specs Gothitelle for Brian Lee. So he's not going to be able to trap and kill that Scizor. Puts a lot of offensive pressure on his team. But still, there is this physical wall in Crocodile here, and sets up Stealth Rocks as well. And I've noticed that Brian Lee tends to set up his Stealth Rocks a lot later in the match. And this Eviolite Pikachu manages to live through this Earthquake, I'm guessing uninvested Earthquake, because this is a bulky Crocodile here.
Still, coming up from that base 100 something attack is not something to, laugh at.
Yeah, but this is a Eviolite fully invested Pikachu, so dies to the knockoff. No more fodder for AZ side, but manages to have to pick off that Gothitelle and poison this Crocodile, so that is something considerable. But now this Scizor comes, Bandit Scizor comes in and doesn't mind if Crocodile switches in later because it's still at +1.
That choice span is basically a +1 for it. And here we go with the safe U-turn instead of rather going for a bullet punch, dealing a considerable amount of damage, seeing as this is not yet Mega Evolved, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, switches into his pivot Rotom, his Assault Vest Rotom Wash pivot, and out comes Mega Altaria, maybe setting up a return this, setting up a Dragon Dance, but no, goes for the Roost here. Healing back that damage it took from the Choice Bandit U-turn. Luckily, discharge doesn't paralyze his turn, so it manages to set up Dragon Dance and keep its speed. But maybe this turn it will. Nope. 2 discharges and still no paralysis. +1 return from Mega Altaria, but Rotomosh manages to still hang on. And 3 discharges in a row, still no paralysis. No luck for AZ here.
The Hex is rolling against him, ladies and gentlemen. The Hex is rolling against him. Here we go. We're gonna expect the Bullet Punch here from Zirconis, hitting it straight, and we suppose that instead of switching out, he's just gonna go straight and fodder it. 4 time is over. So we see that the next Pokemon Crockplot's coming in, taking advantage of that choice of that Bandit Lock. Bullet Punch, getting an Intimidate, and using this opportunity maybe to give out a taunt.
Personally, I would have just stayed in and just U-turned and just killed that crocodile, to be honest.
He was in Bullet Punch.
Alright, he was locked in. I'm forgetting.
Nice, he went straight for the choice scarf, being it now it's quite, not say it's mitigated.
useful.
Yeah, finally Garchomp is useful.
Oh wait.
Oh boy.
Just when he thought he was useful, ladies and gentlemen. Just when he thought he was useful.
Croc Block switching out, coming the next round of Death Fodder, but switches into the no longer choice Garchomp here. So it does have a flexible option, but it is goes for the outrage on Azumarill, doing nothing.
Garchomp could have been useful with that choice scarf finally off him, but we were proven wrong once again, ladies and gentlemen.
Outrage is not something you just easily spam when you see a Fairy Time on the opponent's team. But here Aqua Jet is going to do quite a chunk of damage thanks to the choice band it's holding. 2 priority choice
Bullet
banders.
Punch capable of 2-hit KOing if it could get him on the right.
Yeah. Choice banded priorities from both sides here. Coming back with the already low HP Sin.
And the rocks take him out.
Yep, even before Aqua Jet.
Why did he even outrage?
Okay.
So there you have it. We have shown you that RF has proven himself worthy of 4th place, ladies and gentlemen, by using a Scarf Garchomp instead of the Scarf Salamence that you should have used. Finally, we move on to the finals, ladies and gentlemen, which is going to be a very, very, very long match due to the nature of it being the stall matches it is. I don't know if I can as well.
Maybe I'll just take one.
Yeah, we're gonna go.
She's the first. Is it first?
You want the right to Subang KTM or what? Yeah, definitely. All KTMs connected to the
Okay, so here we are with the first match of the finals. This goes for Rokera. 35 turns, shouldn't be that bad. I swear to God, I'm just when it goes to the stall mode, I'm just gonna skip all those turns. Okay, Ice Ice Baby going in with the Stealth Rocks instead for the beginning. Getting a Hydro Pump, Focus Sash activating. So it goes in 4. Eating up the Will-O-Wisp like a swag boss it is. So she makes a safe play, switching out. Going into Pika. And in this case, I used Flash Cannon for the safety. Won't hit that much. Still going on damage due to the fact that I knew it was a light ball set. It's not bulky at all. giving red Karami, which is in my opinion the advantage of my side. Coming in my Ice Ice Baby, giving me the ability to Ice Shard it freely. Goes for Bosch instead. Your bag's down there, I think. Get your laptop, man. So, ladies and gentlemen, this unfortunately goes for the knockoff, getting off the Eviolite, but doesn't really matter because I am a goner anyways for Squatathon. Okay, sorry about that pause just now, ladies and gentlemen. We had a slight problem here. There we go. You see the Rotom pulling off that pain split and taking not really that much HP from Pikachu due to the fact that Pikachu has very low base HP. Here he sends out his Ferrothorn to, if I'm not mistaken, to basically set up rocks and generally be an annoying bastard. But here you go, I got the paralyzed hacks on it, lucky me, woohoo. Going in back into Ice Ice Baby just so that before he sets up rocks, so that when I come in next time I don't need to die. There you go, Ice Cold Spear hits once, twice, thrice, 4 times. Ladies and gentlemen, bringing it down to its yellow, where it sets up spikes. And go for another Ice Cold Spear, trying to deal some extra damage. I mean, it only hits for 2 times, unfortunately. Manages to set up another layer of spikes. Once again, the Ice Cold Spear comes into play. I think this is the 3rd round. So he goes for a very smart play of using Rapid Spin, manages to knock me out and get rid of my rocks at the same time. Here we go, going into Wobsan Doplo. I think this is where the stall begins. And this is not something very, very fun to watch.
Ladies and gentlemen, I suggest you probably open a few tabs and or, you know, get yourself something to eat or drink, because this is gonna take a while. There's gonna be a lot of switches.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the sight you've been waiting for. The stall, the bulk, the useless drain punching and slack coughing and substituting and all that nonsense and shenanigans. Oh my god, why did the finals have to be like this?
I'm gonna be taking over Akli for a bit as he has some things to sort out, but we're seeing what you're basically gonna see here is a loop of stall through Spore, Substitute, Drain Punch, switching out from Slowbro to something else, breaking the sub, and you know, basically Breloom just sitting there and walling everything. But of course, all of this would have been very much different if either one had carried yeah, if actually Akliff had Psyshock for the substitute, but it probably would have mattered sometimes. But I think the most critical thing, if Tanyu had brought anything, just Bullet Seed or any grass move. Well, actually Bullet Seed is pretty much the only move accessible to Breloom, but Bullet Seed would have definitely done a lot more to speed up the pace of this match. Now Tanyu setting up Leech Seed on this Salamence, meaning it can't really stay in for a long time, but this Salamence does have Hyper Voice, but I do believe that Akliff forgot that Hyper Voice bypasses Substitute.
I'm
But
so saddened by that decision, man. I'm so
But
saddened.
in any case, that situation doesn't happen here, and Tanyu probably realized that as well, as he switched out his Breloom into his Rotom Wash, which is going to tank this Hyper Voice. Yep, takes less than 30% from that, and heals back up with leftovers over here.
I think I went for a Draco on this one.
And let's see. It does seem that this Rotom Wash is a especially defensive Rotom Wash, and true enough, there's the Draco that Akif said would happen, but it does not pick up the kill. So close, and now with the Will-O-Wisp, definitely Salamence is looking to switch out anytime soon with the Will-O-Wisp -2 special attack and Leech Seed on it. And Rotom Wash just healing up with the leftovers and Leech Seed. Yep, and Tanyu chooses to switch out again into his Scarf Excadrill now, probably just to finish up the Salamence. And Salamence does stay in and go for the Hyper Voice. Would not have killed the Rotom Wash even if it stayed in, but Excadrill gets a safe switch in and gets this gets the Leech Seed recovery, completely almost healing back everything that already -2 Hyper Voice did. Iron Head just to pick up the kill on Salamence, and Akliff letting it stay in for a safe switch in to his Doplo. Now with the spikes and Stealth Rock setup, pivoting the health regain from Regenerator is going to be mitigated a bit. Over here, Akliff goes for the Scald, doing minimal damage to his bulky Breloom.
I could have Psyshocked!
Yep, he could have Psyshocked, folks. He could have even gone for the safe option of Ice Beaming if he brought Ice Beam. But, yep, I have to rub that in. I still disagree. He should have gone Ice Beam.
Just wait until you get into multis, I'll rub it in even harder.
Okay, well, now we're gonna see this cycle again, which is Breloom sporing Slowbro, Slowbro sleeping, Breloom setting up sub, and Breloom Leech Seeding and chipping away with Drain Punch. But of course, no one in their right mind would just sit idly by and let him do that to you. So endless rounds of switching up. Now, one thing that's important here for Akliff is that this Rotom Wash puts a lot of offensive pressure on his main pivot, which is Slowbro. Threatens with that Volt Switch and Thunderbolt. So I think one crucial thing Akliff should have was looking for was to remove this Rotom Wash from the opponent's side, because so long as it removes the opponent's Rotom Wash, it can just endlessly pivot it. But Rotom Wash here with a Pain Split, not doing anything due to both sides low base HP, and Rotom.
Having the same, nothing was shared, man.
Yep. Well, there was a slight shift in HP, but nothing game changing right there. Rotomosh switching out back into his Scarf Excadrill, so if it was going for a Thunderbolt, yep. Oh, but it goes for the safe option in Icicle Crash. Let's see. Not gonna pick up the KO despite having a Light Ball, as this is a fully invested. Oh, fully invested special attack.
So you can see that the switches happen left and right. We're going back to our Sandoplo. He is gonna go back into his Breloom if I'm not mistaken.
He might just go for the Earthquake right
I think he's gonna go for the Earthquake again and again, hoping to like pick me off while I'm still asleep. But as you know, the next time I'll be waking up. Like I'm gonna get that. He's gonna Earthquake me again. I'm gonna wake up, slack it off. Slack it off. Sounds like some kind of Taylor Swift song.
What? No, you just go for the side shot.
That's the okay. I was expecting you to switch into it.
Okay, so that was an expected switch into Breloom. A critical hit, probably not that critical, but yep, leftovers on Slowbro, just needs that slack off to get back to full health, but probably most likely gonna switch out here. Regenerator healing back up the damage, but giving a free turn to Tanyu's Mega Salamence here, which we know is a physical set. Dragon Dance return, and let's see if he yep, it's gonna Mega Evolve, and let's see if it Dragon Dances here. Yep. Oh, Salamence just goes straight for the return here. Picks off that Pikachu right there, and Mega Slowbro coming back with a lot more health, but which is eventually just ruined by the Stealth Rocks and the Spikes. Yep. Return picks off the already weakened Slowbro. Now Bandit Sword coming in. Not gonna be able to do anything. Dies to the return and is outsped. Even with Scarf, it would probably not have enough power to pick off with Ice Punch. So super effective.
What you did? I did that Ice Punch on this.
Yeah. So there you have it, the first match.
That's the third match.
Oh, this is the third match.
It was the one where I was able to pull off a future sight trick on him.
Ah, so actually that was the third match and the final match.
The first match?
So we're going back to the first match. A bit anticlimactic, but yeah.
This whole finals is anticlimactic. It's just about switching, stall, switching, stall, switching, stall, etc.
But let me tell you, being there to actually see it, it was very much nerve-wracking and very intense. Yeah, the pressure is definitely real. So Scarf Excadrill leading straight off with a Earthquake right here. Not gonna be able to 2-hit KO this leftovers Slowbro. And not going to 3-hit KO this leftovers Slowbro. So realizing that he's going to be scalded, he switches out to his Rotom-Wash, which is basically the main...
This is the main problem of that kind of mitigates my team from functioning really well against his. Other than his Breloom, but in which his Breloom still quite was solved by my very very powerful Mega Salamence. Yeah, which didn't do anything. Because I forgot. But never mind, I switch into his Volt Switch, which gives me a Lightning Rod boost. Gets him a Thunderbolt straight into his... gets that critical hit. Doesn't get the KO, doesn't matter. He goes for a Will-O-Wisp, expecting me to switch out, I think. But in this case, I wasn't going physical on him. And this is where my future sight comes into play. It gets him the KO when he does not expect him. You should have seen his face. He was like, what the...
Yep, but this does remove a lot of offensive pressure on Akliff's team from Tanyu. So Tanyu can't rely on a good switch in to Akliff's Scald from the Slowbro. And of course Scarf Excadrill revenge kills right here, but Akliff brings in his Regenerator Slowbro. Yep. And despite that, Tanyu's team still has 2 potential switch-ins to the Skull. That was a critical hit, but Tanyu does have 2 switch-ins still for Slowbro Skull, which is Breloom and Ferrothorn, but risking a burn on both is quite risky as well. Scarf Excadrill coming back into it. Eviolite Magneton. Eviolite Magneton fearing the Earthquake, switches out to the Croissant, but I do believe that he's going for the safe option and goes for a Rock Slide, which takes at least a third out of Cliff's Mega Salamence. Cliff chooses to Mega Evolve here. Probably going for the Earthquake, not too sure if it's going to pick up the kill though. Oh, but a critical hit from that Scarf Excadrill is going to pick 2-hit KO this Mega Salamence. Unable to do anything this match, and basically lost anything that could have been used against that substitute Breloom. Doing another Scald. Slowbro, sorry, Tanyu switches out to his Ferrothorn, to which Ucliffe smartly responds with his Magnet Pull Eviolite Magneton, which has HP Fire, so it manages to trap this annoying Steel and bring it down, but not before it sets up one layer of Stealth Rocks. So basically, since this was an earlier match, I think Tanyu realized that Ucliffe relied a lot on pivoting with his Slowbro, so setting up those layers of spikes and Stealth Rocks was what really, yeah, and it reduced the Regenerator's effectiveness by quite a bit. Yeah. So yep. So Ucliffe is currently munching on a delicious pepperoni and olive pizza. Yep. As his misty eyes gaze upon his loss on the screen, he chews this pizza.
Look at that Wawasan bro. Just look at it. Well, I'm proud of him.
Cliff has lost his composure and is now visibly crying on stream. Such a shame. But now we see Molebreaker. We're gonna see Earthquake coming from the Scarfed Excadrill here. We're gonna 2-hit KO this Chuck Norris before it manages to do anything, either Earthquake or either Choice Bandit Earthquake or Choice Bandit Close Combat. It switches in Mamoswine here. Going to be outsped, but it can only use Earthquake, but it doesn't matter since Ice Shard moves first, picks off the already weakened Scarf Excadrill. And he switches in his Pikachu here. Mamo outspeeds and 1-hit KOs with his with Earthquake. So one by one, Tanya's Pokemon are being taken down.
That's what you see now. The next matches.
Ucliffe is currently on the floor, pizza crumbs all over his face and a slice of pepperoni on his hair.
I ate that slice.
Would it kill for you to see him in this current state? But Toxic Orb procs on that Breloom, and he's gonna go for the usual substitute routine.
This is 9 turns of madness and boredom, ladies and gentlemen. 9 turns. It'd be lucky it's not the 68th turn. Hell.
Wait, so the second match? How long is that?
If it's more than 30 turns, I'm just gonna. If it's more than 40, lah. Like more than 35.
Okay, but if what?
This is why we don't have a face cam, ladies and gentlemen, so you don't have the pleasure of seeing that.
Yep. Well, as Breloom slowly chips away at this sleeping Slowbro's health, hiding behind the substitute, goes for the Drain Punch here. If only it had at least one grass move, it would have done quite a bit more. But Slowbro just waiting for it to wake up, waiting for the chance to use Side Shock and break that substitute right there. But Ucliffe still has his Mamoswine in reserve, and one thing about Ucliffe's Mamoswine, it does have Icicle Spear, which is a good way to counter this sub-toxic stall, this sub-poison heal stall thing strategy. Ucliffe trying to stay alive a bit more with his slack off, brings it back up to
Name
80%.
it stay alive instead of also.
It's like 80s hit singles. Up again with the same old routine. Spores it again. Can't risk the switch into Mamoswine because it gets a spore. If not, it still gets hit by a Drain Punch, which is still quite scary. So just gonna have to stall until either Slowbro manages to wake up, break the sub, but even then gets slept again. Oh, but Tanyu probably trying to change up the pace here. Brings out his own Mega Settlements, thinking he can set up safely since Slowbro is asleep. But he does wake up this turn and goes for the Side Shock. Again, if only Ucliffe had brought Ice Beam. Leftovers healing up that chip damage from Psyshock. And I do believe that it can survive a turn, Mega Evolve, and maybe even set up a Dragon Dance right here.
Still gonna do a lot of the burn is gonna get him.
Yep. Return. Not even plus one.
Ladies and gentlemen, the bulk is real.
Gets scalded by Ucliffe's.
Gets that burn, ladies and gentlemen. No more boomeranging, no more croissanting or whatever it does. Even though I didn't even die this turn, ladies and gentlemen. That's how much bulk this Slowbro has, or any Slowbro in general. If you go for a 252 variant, ladies and gentlemen, full defense. Here you go, Ice Ice Baby coming out, knowing that it practically can't do anything anymore. That's still quite a damage. That's still quite damaging. But here I go. Since I am non-intimidated, this Ice Shot will pick up the kill. And there goes a defective boomerang. Sent back to the factory. Right, here we go, Samuel. Now, Icicle Spear, as you know, has done a major job in getting rid of Dragonite, what? Multi-skill shenanigans, breaking sashes, and in some cases actually sub. But yeah, here we go. The first one. Now we're going for the last battle.
Oh, and I do believe this is the longest battle. I think. Yep, actually the.
It's just 35. God damn it! The battles are not really that long.
Yeah, so the battles weren't really long, but there in the actual being there when it actually happened, man, it took about
Almost 2 hours.
nearly about 1.5 hours to finish up. Ucliffe leading with the Choice Banded Sock here, going for the Earthquake. But oh no,
Ladies and gentlemen, I could have Ice Punch if I predicted this properly.
Yep, but at least gets to do some damage rather than nothing with close combat. Yep. So I'm not sure why he chose to switch out, due to him easily one-hit KOing this sort. Maybe he forgot the Mole Breaker message and thought it was sturdy. Not sure, but both switch out to their own Pikachus.
Going for a knockoff.
And knocking off Ucliffe's Light Ball first major play there, so that
I missed all my orange.
missed all his Icicle Crashes, but the first knockoff ensured that Ucliffe's offense was cut, and second knockoff just basically finished it off. So now Ucliffe's Choice Banded Sword comes back in, nuzzled by that Pikachu. Chuck Norris sitting at 85 base
The hack's
speed.
working against me in this match. Really disliked it. What could I do, man?
Yeah, and now no more choice ban on that Sock. Sock, of course, 85 base speed while Pikachu is 90. But at least manages to pick off this annoying little rat before it does any more.
Milking cow.
does any more disruptions to Eclipse team. Now Tanyu coming in, now non-choice ban -1 salt paralyzed is just the thing that Tanyu is looking to set up on. But instead of setting up, he goes straight for the return, probably fearing that Ice Punch, not wanting to risk losing his Mega. To which Arcliffe switches in his Mamoswine, seeing how non-intimidated Mamoswine can kill Salamence from last turn. He makes a good decision to switch out to his Rotom Wash, easily takes that and recovers it back with leftovers. Now fearing the Hydro Pump from the Rotom Wash, he's switching out to his Arcliffe is switching out to his Eviolite Magneton. So it's basically a lot of switches happening here, folks. One party fearing the potential KO from the other, switching out to their defensive pivots, and well, so this hidden Power Fire Magneton can't do anything against Rotom Wash here, but still I guess he predicted the switch into Ferrothorn, went for the hidden Power Fire, did barely anything to Rotom there.
That's how my regrets began. Okay, you know, I'm just gonna trash talk my way through this match. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Swagnaton switching out because yes, nothing can handle like that. Bringing out my Le Croissant because the French handle this like they handle their revolutions and the women. I don't know about that. But here we go. Will-O-Wisp trying to deal something to Croissant, but you don't understand. I bait Will-O-Wisp with this French mud. French monster.
I'm actually interested to. I was actually interested in seeing any facade Salamences showing up, because facade Salamence, quite since it is so vulnerable to status, facade Salamence would have been something quite scary.
Facade. Yes, it's Facade, ladies and gentlemen. We've confirmed it. We've checked Merriam-Webster, Oxford, and as well all those random dictionaries you find in your libraries. But here we go. Scarf Excadrill making his appearance once more. He's thinking that it could outswag the French, but they can't. Going it back to what was a Doplo, showing it that the future is within his hands. Rock sliding it to minimal damage. And Leftovers doing its job, ladies and gentlemen. Something's gonna get body bagged after this. But here we go. Withdraws his Gurren into his Bosch. I go for Scald, hoping to pick up a burn maybe, which I don't.
And basically what was happening here is just the two trainers just dancing between their offensive pivots which threaten each other. Neither one wanted to take a super effective hit, and now Arcliffe unfortunately takes his Volt Switch from Rotom Wash here, and hang on. This is what's scary, because now that Rotom Wash has done at least about 60% plus damage on it, Excadrill can potentially threaten it a lot more than if it was full HP with the Choice Scarf Earthquake.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Salamence is Reg Chalope, just in case you were wondering.
What? Who is that? La Croissant. Oh. Yep, and instead of going for Earthquake here or anything else, this Scarf Excadrill went for the safe move and went for Iron Head. Despite the times 4 resist, it still manages to take down that Magneton. Took a bit of damage from the future side, but thankfully resisted it. And basically what Arcliffe was probably trying to accomplish was trying to trap that Rotom Wash again, deal a bit of damage and wear it down with future sight, and just remove that offensive pressure on his team. But I think Tanyu was onto that, and he realized that the only thing that really scared out Arcliffe's Slowbro was his Rotom Wash, so he did his best to keep it alive, and So we're gonna see another Volt Switch from Rotomosh here. And that looks to be just about enough in the range for Gurren Lagann to finish it off with Earthquake. But Arcliffe sets up another Future Sight.
I'm just spamming Future Sight because screw that.
Let's see if Earthquake manages to pick up this the KO, but no, Arcliffe doesn't give it a chance. Switches it out to his Lecroson, but Tanyu makes the correct prediction, goes for the safe option in Iron Head, and knocks out Arcliffe's Mega. Slowbro being forced once again into battle, and now that instead of Slowbro protecting its allies from most of the attacks, most of Slowbro's allies have died around it, and now it's just being cornered. Fortunately, manages to pick up the burn on Wally here. Future Sight stacks on some damage, but hardly anything noticeable. But another moveset choice I would recommend here. It's Fire Blast. Yeah, Fire Blast or Flamethrower on Slowbro would have been somewhat game changing. And Psyshock probably the worst move to use here because of Ferrothorn's higher defense stat and resistance to Psychic. Yep, you certainly were. Okay, so we're just gonna be seeing a very slow death. Ferrothorn's very slow death here.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, once you see Breloom come out with a Slowpoke out as well, we're going to talk about basically how the schedule for the multi matches is going to go up, or what we expect to see from it, and how long it's going to go on, because maybe eat some more pizza, I guess, but I guess the pizza is all finished.
Yep, Arcliffe just ate the last slice. So any moment
I ate away my regrets. And maybe while these two idiots are stalling out each other, but we know who's the bigger idiot in this case because he lost, we're gonna just go and a nerf axe versus a nerf sword just to kill the time. Bring me my axe.
Are you serious?
And my sword.
Are you serious?
Why did I get an axe? I like the sword. It's nerf sword. Yeah. But you need to get in close, stop laughing and you can ora then. And in this case, he actually misclicked by going with Gyro Ball, but he could have just gone with maybe something else. But that basically does no damage to me. And right now I'm busy playing with my sword, and Umar's going out shouting.
Excuse me, Arcliffe, could you run that by me again? But basically in CFHQ we have these pretty neat nerf swords.
Axes. Oh, you mean like those swords? Yeah, I can go like daggers, Ladies and gentlemen, if you are not informed, before we end this stream, oh my god, which is gonna basically end itself, if you have not joined the group Nintendo Pokemon Communications Group Malaysia on Facebook, please do right now, because that's all the things Pokemon happening in Malaysia. You get events, you got giveaways, you have free gifts, you have drama, yes,
and most importantly you do have pizza. Yeah, that's basically what you get.
that was the sound of pizza digesting in our stomachs.
Yep. And the Breloom does come out, so I guess we're gonna talk about the multi now.
Alright, okay, so from the multi we expect it, or we want it to be this Saturday, schedule it by same time, or do you want it to be a bit different? Earlier. Alright, then we go by around 5 o'clock to 5:30. 5 o'clock Saturday. It should end quite early due to the fact 16 matches and multis always don't usually last more than 20 rounds.
Yep, doubles and multi in general, a lot more offensive, less defensive than singles. So hopefully we can wrap it up not so late like around now, because I'm probably gonna be sleeping over at Cliff's house now.
Yeah, gonna be a sausage fest happening. But that's not the point right now, ladies and gentlemen.
Do you want to spawn several fan fictions and or
I don't know, some people calling you what? Some people are calling you Justin Flynn, and somehow I'm the Asian guy. No, I'm the trash talker, man. You should call me either Hayden or I don't know, Flaming Spade or something. That's me promoting myself. And when it goes to multi, we'll talk about a lot more VGC viable tactics and how 252 does not work all the time, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna end soon. We've got about 3 more turns in this. Enjoy watching this Salamence just leech seeding and generally being Salamence. Even though it's burnt, it can still do a few things up its sleeve. But basically in this match, we've clearly saw that Tanyu making the proper plays. He outpredicted me. I did not outpredict him. I'm being the trash talker, and right now I'm being pathetic, eating pizza, watching Umar shafting a shark from behind. Umar, control yourself, Umar. This is not your house, nor it is mine. Yeah, no, keep it chill, keep it cool. And even though he now has his scarf thing, which is very annoying. It's gonna KO me soon. Goodbye.
so this Scarf Excadrill picks up the KO with Iron Head right here. And there you go.
Congratulations, Dean.
Congratulations, Dean Tanyu, aka Dean, for winning this year's CF 2014 Pika Singles. Hopefully we'll see you again next year. And well, that concludes all the replays for tonight. And anything else?
Yeah, I'm sorry, we should have done an exhibition match, but we couldn't make it. I think that you would just be annoyed. So hopefully during the multi, since it's shorter, we'll be able to give you a very fun VGC match this time instead of a singles match, just so that it lasts a bit shorter and doesn't really bore you, and we can give you a few insight on how VGC works. And with that, I think I'm Aklif or Wheatskits. This is Umar Musica, and we'd like to say good night and train well.
Yep, and thanks for tuning in. Signing out.
Stop here, no, huh? Just stop here. Stop here. If you stop here, won't stop there, right?
Not immediately.